Good morning. Today is 20th of March in 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we have Newcastle. This is in New South Wales, Australia. We have raced here a few times. The track reading today is good. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 415 meters. This is a track which we have some experience here, and honestly, this is not one of the best places to race. This track has a character of its own, and this place is not my top favorite places to race, but this is the only option that I had today. And that's exactly what we're going to do. The shape of the track is not one of the best, it is not one of the worst, but this is probably one of the most popular shapes around the world. And we've got about 8 races today here, some 900 meters, some 1200 meters and stuff like that, and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are changes, and there are better horses at the paddock, or there are some circumstantial change, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are in favor of us and worthy, and that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the feed, the races, the live races. The second one is RaceNet, where we get to see the scratchings and the odds. And the third one is Top Sport, where we get to see the winning numbers when we cannot identify the winners from the feed. Now we refer to this. So we'll get on to the first race today and we'll see what's going on. So number 7 has been scratched. We don't have a number 7. The odds, we'll take a look at the odds. 1, 2, 4, and 6. I'm going to take a look at what's going on and I'll share my thoughts. Till then, let's just see what's going on with the paddock.
Help her. And then for 4th, I put the 8 here, Smart as Grace, who's first up off a long spell. But I thought showed enough in its first preparation. Looked like it would come back and win a race quickly. And its trial this time around, it showed a great deal of speed. So I think it could be our likely leader here and give a bit of cheek. 13, 5, 12, 8.
Yes, it doesn't matter if you like the first starters in trial form or the ones that have shown a little well. I'll tell you what, this Pride of Jezza, he trialled well the other day.
Yeah.
He trialled really well. And I went back through it. Gary Colvin, the trainer, he won the first 2 races last year. He won Aquilina Star won this race, and he also won with Zontawa. He got Pride of Jezza going.
Out of it, getting its first go over the 2,000 metres. How to see the speed?
The speed, well, it's a 2,000 metre race. Kilmore might be up there somewhere. The 9 Way sort of got back when it won at Ellerslie, so it might just settle back a little bit. What I like, that they're bringing this horse, and it's drawn the outside barrier middle. It's 2,000 metres, so they want to get a win on the board for mine. Daddy's Girl kicks up the Kilmore and C Strike. That's where the speed is. On 1, 4, 5, and 6. Pennine Way from mine. Selects itself. Good support for it. Right stable. Another good ride for Harry Coffey. It'll be hard to beat our jockey challenge today. Now, a lot of people wouldn't have seen this performance, but this was a pretty impressive win. You're looking for the horse there in the yellow colours. It just keeps finding the line really well. This is over 2,100 metres back on December 26. Now, it's only had 1 start since, but I like this performance, so I'm with it. From the 4 C Strike, racing so consistently. Ben Bridgeport with a number of winning chances over the next couple of days. This is one of his better ones for mine. The 5 Tomato, lots to like about this horse. It's racing particularly well. I think 2,000 metres suits it ideally at this stage of its preparation. And the 6 to Kilmorian, well, got up a big odds there last start, about $16, but it can figure again. Winning form's good form, so I'm 1, 4, 5, and 6, but looks hard to beat.
Yeah, it does. I'm similar numbers. I'm 1, 4, 5, 7. I agree. I love the way it let down. Has drawn wide, yes, but will likely get back anyway, that with what he did at Ellerslie. His next start, they brought him back to the mile in Sir Patrick Hogan, which looked like a bit of a quality field, and I thought still found the line well, but he's dead set 2,000 metre horse and maybe plus, and I think, as you said, brings a little bit of class here. From the 4, Sea Strike, very honest, arguably could have won his last start, second up, if he had a clear path from the top of the straight. He was able to win his start before that, so he's racing well. In for third, I put the 5 Tomato as well. I think third up out to the 2,000 metres certainly suits him down to the ground. And in for fourth, I put the 7 Daddy's Girl. Racing well, was beaten by the Kilmorian last start, but I think barrier 1 and not a lot of speed here will allow Daddy's Girl to be able to turn the tables on him. So I'm 1, 4, 5, 7.
Yeah, similar numbers for us both. So we're both with Pennine Way. Race 3 is the Atura Aubry, a Class 1 showcase race, 1,400 metres is the distance. Now, Rose will be one of the ones in the market here. It was 270 into 230. The other ones that I want you to take a look at here are these two horses, the one on debut, Bon Holler and Spicy Lou. Into 350 now for Bon Holler. This horse is enormous the other day, Taylor, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Shouldn't have won. Like it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Sergeant Stan has seen good support, who she beat comfortably in the race earlier.
Yeah.
All right, so this is what we have. If we look at the odds, that's 1, 2, 4, and 6. If we look through the rails, the 1 is on top, and but let's understand what's going on. Firstly, it's a mixed sex. There's 1 gelding, 1 filly, and there are 4 colts. Okay, now this is a colt heavy track. That's the first thing. It's a colt heavy track. I don't know what the filly can do in a colt heavy track, but it's a colt heavy track. Now let us understand what's going on with that favorite, which is number 1, which is a gelding. It is the lowest BB, but it doesn't have pressure. It doesn't have pressure on it. Neither it has advantage. So it's a neutral position. And if we look at the number here, it's a drift. This thing is in a position that anybody can beat this. Anyone can beat this. It's not in a winning position. Plus, it's a 63% drift on that team. It's not a winning team at all. The horse is a good horse, but there is no advantage and there is no pressure. So this has to be either like going in negative, or it has to be like pressure. It has nothing. Plus, it is 63% drifting out. It's got one of the best jockeys that's there. It's got one of the best jockeys. That is something that is there. If we look at the linear, which is the one with the pressure. So it's got 1 race and it's got a 62% pressure on this, which may work, may not work, but it's well within the rails. So the 4 is in good hands. It's not that 4 is in bad hands. 4 is in good hands. But at the end of the day, that's a colt, and that's a lot of pressure for that horse. The same thing is for 6, which is a filly. It's got a lot of advantage. But that's what the kind of a situation we're dealing with. It's got just 1 race and there's 62% pressure on this. I think the safest bet is this one, number 2, which is a second horse pool. whether this one wins or that gilding wins, I think this should get an EW. The 2 is an EW. The other possibility that might happen, that is something that might happen. So if we look at this, it's 736 on zero pressure. This is as good as neutral, right? Now, if we look for another horse that might just get in, is this one, which is number 3, which is not even there within the odds. So that 3 is a check, and that 2 is an EW. So it is. Sorry, I just made the opposite. So that 3 is a check that might just get in and destroy everything. Why? Because this thing, if we talk about 2 and 5, they have never raced. 4 has too much of pressure for one race. 6 is a filly in a cold heavy track. So none of them are in the right environment. The right environment, if we look at 2 and 5, they've never raced. But with the kind of teamwork and the placing, this is an EW. It cannot win, but it'll get an EW. Now, if we have to look for a winner, 4 goes. 4 is not even the favorite. It's got 62% pressure on just one race. The other one, which is the gilding, that's got no pressure. It's a drift. Now, if we have to actually look for a drift, then there are 2 horses. There's this just 3 which is left. So, and if we look at the gates, it's gate number 1, gate number 2. So that's a tailing position. And then anything can happen. But that 3 is in a very dangerous position. It's not there within the odds. It's a colt. And it's with a moderately good jockey. It's not the best jockey, but it's moderately good jockey. It's not even within the rails. So things are dicey. The one which is actually within the rail is 4. It's going to take a lot for 4 to win. 4 is in good hands. I don't doubt the capability of 4. It is, but it's a lot of pressure for that horse. It's a lot of pressure. It needed at least one more race to get into that kind of a pressure point. So the same thing is with the 6, which is there. 2 is with a lot of advantage, and it's in good hands. This has no pressure. The 1 has no pressure. How will that win? I don't know. And the 3 has more advantage than the 1. So that's my take. I probably will go with a EW on 2 if that 2 doesn't get tailed. Frank! 7 scratched. Yes, 7 scratched. Okay, so it's kind of physics, Frank. So I'm sure you've seen hose pipes, the ones that we use to, the pressure pipes that we use to wash cars and all that. That usually has a motor and a pump, and when you press the button, a very, very sharp spray will go out and clean the car. Now that that sharp spray can be adjusted. Now, how it works in physics is when you put pressure on anything, whether it is water or it is human beings or any sort of matter, when you put pressure on that matter, it'll have movement, a very sharp and strong movement. So higher the pressure is, higher the speed is. It's exactly like the pipe, the pipe that you use to clean your car, or the pipe that you use to clean anything. You know, when you put pressure on that pipe, you see that the jet, that the spray of that water is going to come out with a speed. And how it works is, the smaller the hole, the higher the pressure. So that's mathematics, that is science, and that's exactly how we are trying to figure out the pressure points, where the pressure points are, and if the pressure points can work. So if when we are looking at the pressure points, we also have to look at whether it is capable to carry that pressure. Let's say you have a car, and there are it's a 4-seater car, but you fit in 6 people in there and try to move that car. Will it get to the speed? No. So that's the thing. You either have to have the capacity to adjust that pressure point, or you have to have an advantage. So in this case, the 2 and 5 both have advantage, and they're almost neck to neck. All right, it's just that 5 has a better jockey, but 2 has a better team. This one is like 60% drifting out. The 5 and this one, they almost have the same pressure point, same advantage, but this one is a 60% drifting out. That means this is a dysfunctional team. So is 1. They have been trying, but they have not been successful. The 3, on the other hand, is in a good hand. There's advantage going on with this one. This is advantage. This is also advantage. This one is neutral. It's like a free flowing pipe. The pipe doesn't have a pressure. It's a pipe that is flowing out water, but there is no pressure on that pipe. How will that get in? It has a good jockey. If the jockey does the thing, that's a separate thing. Frank, the spreadsheet, it's in my server. So I am constantly, it is not a finished product, Frank. But what I can do is, if you are racing in any of the tracks where maybe I am not racing and you want to race in one particular track, I can prepare this for you and I can send it to you. This is something, this is not a, because it's not a finished product, Frank. It's not a finished product. I'm constantly on this so that I can develop this as a product, and this can be used worldwide. I mean, whether you're in Australia, you're in New Zealand, you're in, wherever in the world, and whichever track you are racing, this should work. So that's the effort, Frank. That's the journey. If I can get this thing to that level where it works globally. So, Frank, honestly speaking, so I grew up in an environment which is all about racing, Frank. My father, my uncles, everybody used to race. So when I was a toddler, I've seen my uncles and their friends, everybody, you know. I grew up with horse racing. Yes, so that's a problem I'm facing. My internet connection is very unstable here. I don't know why. I'm trying to figure that thing out. Anyway, but I've seen my uncles playing, and my entire family used to be in horse racing, and they used to play. And every Saturday, they used to play in one of the tracks in my hometown. And I've seen all that. I grew up in that environment. And because of my job, I got into big data. So I don't know if you're aware of what big data is. I got into the financial market. I got into, because of my job. It is all because of my job. So analytics is my strength. This is something that I've been doing for the last 25 years. And so horse racing, I grew up with. Analytics is my job. I just clubbed them together. And now this is where we are. But I'm trying to get things to be get this thing to be in a way where it works globally through a platform, which is a unified platform. So we're a third-party platform. All that you need to do is put in some informations that are required, like when you do a BMI, you need to put in your height, you need to put in your weight, you need to put in your certain information, and it will give you the BMI report. So I'm trying to build it up like that anybody in the world can just put in a few information from the card that he or she is racing, and this is going to generate the right positions. It is not going to be like this. This is the back end of it. What I'm working with is the back end. This is not the front end. This is the back end. This thing is going to be something like an application probably that will the moment it'll ask for a few numbers. All right, how many horses are there? You put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, what are the weights on those horses? You put in the weights. What is the class? You put in the class. What is the distance? You put in the distance, and bam, it gives you the positions of those horses, which should be like what we do here during the live stream. So it's a journey, Frank, and if I don't die on this, I'll probably finish this. Yeah, there's a lot of areas, Frank, that needs to be fine-tuned. There are loads of areas. It's a very half-baked kind of a thing right now. And it requires, I mean, I make a lot of mistakes, Frank. I have a very bad eyesight. Yep, that's the idea. I mean, we need to, I have, I've seen so much of dirt. I've seen so much of stuff around. Those things need to be addressed. People cannot just keep doing what they've been doing. People just can't do that. It is something that is going to give a clarity on what exactly is happening. We do. I mean, let's give it up. Let's think about it. You and I, we both race, but when we want to take some reference, I mean, what are we referring to? We are referring to websites which are on PR. So let's say you want to race on a certain ground. So the first thing that you're going to take a look at is the odds. And probably 90% of the people will go and check the last, the PPs, the past performance. And then go check the tips which are available. Now there's the game. Each and every website that are providing tips are on PR. Those are public relations. They are paid public relations. Why should they work for you? Each and every time you're looking at a website for tips, they've been paid to put those numbers there. And they will work on a certain percentage, which is about 30 to 40%, because they will keep their reputation, they will keep the margins, they will make sure that it is something where you keep coming back. You will take 10 tips from a website, out of which 3 will work. You will think, okay, all right, it's horse racing, that might happen. But do you actually think, Frank, I am a 47-year-old man, all right? I'm a 47-year-old man. If I am working on this, do you think it wasn't possible for these, million-dollar companies to do what we are doing today? Do you think that's not possible? They have more bandwidth than I have. They do not get disconnected. They have stable internet. They have billions of dollars on servers and technology and everything. Do you think that they do not have the bandwidth to do what we are doing? Why they don't do it? Why don't they bring the best of the analysts, best of the technology in place and, do this when this is possible? It's very similar like the financial market.
Back this campaign. They've both been at Group 2 level. He was unlucky again last start in this Todman where he was beaten 2 lengths. He got back. He had to alter course, but found the line well. He's really developed since I saw him last preparation. Nice, relaxed customer in the yard, and he's drawn well. He's the short price favourite, and he looks hard to beat.
Now, Federalist, the Colt My I Am Invincible out of Arcadia, Queen on debut. Tommy Berry riding for the Hawks family.
He's got a big pedigree to live up to, and he certainly looks the part in the yard. He's absolutely gleaming in the coat. He's a beautifully put together colt. He's trialled up nicely at Rose Hill where he was beaten a length. He got back. He made up very good ground over.
Yes, Frank. And this has been going on for hundreds of years.
Million sale, and definitely think he can run well on the way he parades.
On to Galga, $20 chance number 3. Third up, James Cummings combining with Karen McAvoy.
He was very plain here first up when he was sent out favourite. He looked hard to beat and he weakened out noticeably to be beaten 8 lengths. He was caught 3 wide the trip at Warwick Farm last up, but got going late, beaten around 2 lengths. I think he's a horse that's just learning his craft. He's drawn nicely and he's really improved fitness-wise since I saw him first.
On to Grand Eagle we go. Here's the 4 for Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexio and Josh Parr.
Well, he looked the winner on debut at Warwick Farm. He just got lost out in front over the final stages. He was beaten 3/4 of a length. They've added the addition of blinkers here today. Don't know where he gets to from the barrier. First time I've seen him in the flesh. He's just a little warm around the saddle blanket area, but he's presented in his best possible condition. If he's taken the improvement off the first up run, he'll be right in the finish here.
On to Hay Street we go. First starter, number 5. $11 into $9.50 on track. Brenna Belnish and Rob Archibald and Adam Hieronymus.
He's had 2 trials to date. He's been ridden quietly in both of his trials. He made up good ground over the final stages to be beaten 2 lengths in his latest trial. He looks a real sensible colt off the replays. He's done everything right at the trials. And he's doing the same here in the parade ring. He's got his head down. He's not worried about a single thing here, and they'll carry him a long way.
And finally, Jenny Gone Bonkers. First up from a break is the 6 for Kieran Maher and Ash Morgan.
She was placed at Moonee Valley going back last preparation where she was beaten around 4 lengths in a small field. She's had 1 trial to prepare her for today where she was beaten 4 lengths into 3rd position. She had to cart the field up to a tearaway leader. I thought she was very strong through the line. She's quite a lightly framed filly. She doesn't hold a lot of excess, but what there is of her, she's very healthy and she gets the addition of pre-race earmarks today and they look to be doing their job today.
So $1.80 Buffalo into the red. The 2-year-olds at the start, Mel, late mail time, race 1.
He brings race experience here, comes back a lot in grade, and I think that last effort at Todman should be good enough. Buffalo got him on top of the 2 Federalist, well-bred colt. He certainly looks the part in the yard. Grand Eagle needs to take good improvement off his first up run, but I think he can do that with the addition of blinkers and the 6 Jenny Gone Bonkers paraded nicely. 1, 2, 4 and 6.
All right, Gerald Ryan is Sterling Alexio with Grand Eagle having to start number 2. Doran Christophers here on track today is representing Gerald and Sterling.
Well, Doran, this fellow, he was brilliant on debut, albeit a little bit green.
Yeah, he was. Definitely was his own worst enemy. But look, but he's taken good benefit out of that. And the blinkers sharpen him up. Hopefully he's just too speedy for them.
He comes back in grade here today and he has drawn a little awkward. What's the change? What's the tactics here?
Look, be positive, but Josh can just take it as it comes. There's no set plan, just ride it as the race unfolds.
How's he travelled up today?
No, he travelled great. Got a little bit warm behind, but I don't think he can fault any horse for that today.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Doran Christopher speaking about Grand Eagle, but it's all about Buffalo here. So $2 post scratchings into $1.75. The Blue Blood Colt Federalist, $3.80 to $4. And then not a Zach Grand Eagle, 5 out of 9. Hay Street has been 11 in a couple of points. And Jenny Gone Bonkers with the Victorian form first up has been solid at around that $9 quote. Rail out 4 metres and we're on a good 4 as the 2-year-olds link in.
Yeah, it looks a really good race to kick off. What is a really strong card here today. Track should play beautifully in the good 4 range. I made this fellow a best bet when he was about $2.15 this morning, but he's had good support late.
He's into $1.75. He presently is at $26 in the English Sires during the championship. So I'll be looking to get the maiden out of the way. It was unlucky in a Max Lee's. Subsequent to that, has gone around in a Silver Slipper and a Topman. He comes back home over the 1,200 metres, and they'll be looking for a confidence-boosting win to get that maiden win out of the way here.
Yeah, beaten 2 lengths in the Todman without a lot of luck. You could argue he should have finished a lot closer. If he can run up to that run, he'll be right in the finish here.
Okay, there's Hay Street first starter. Has had a little bit of a support at a price, $11 into $9 about to come up, and Grand Eagle is now about to link in. First today, the feature event race 7, the Provincial Midway Championship qualifier, but here are the 2-year-olds as we go to Luke Barlow.
Red lights turned on. Stand by for an interesting start to the day here at Newcastle. Good fall, 4-metre rail. Off now. And Buffalo was one of the last out. Collett gives him a little squeeze to try and hold some sort of position, but he's got no speed. He's second last. Gaelga was the first out and lead settling down. Grand Eagle coming across from out wide. Nice and handy, Jenny Gone Bonkers, followed by Federalist on the inside. Buffalo's away from the rail. He's about 3 or 4 lengths off the lead back second last, and Hay Street can see them all. Gaelga led Grand Eagle down the side, half a length between them with 650 metres to go. Jenny Gone Bonkers is outside of Federalist. Then came the short price favourite Buffalo, and last on the inside Hay Street. They're making the swing now, 4.25 to run. Gaelga led from Grand Eagle. Jenny Gone Bonkers. Buffalo being worked on back second last. He's pulled to the outside under some riding, and Federalist is looking for a run early in the straight. Grand Eagle moving up to Gaelga. Now Buffalo starting to come. He's extending down the middle, going after Grand Eagle. Federalist back behind, and Hay Street is getting through with some momentum. 150 out, Buffalo not there yet. Gaelga, Hay Street the centre. It's Buffalo, Hay Street. Buffalo with his head in front. He's just going to win. Buffalo's beaten Hay Street. Good
3.
debut.
Go
Gaelga
1.
third. Grand Eagle fourth. Market got him right. Then Federalist, and last in was Jenny Gone Bonkers.
Well, he gets the job done, but it wasn't an easy watch with Buffalo. He had the job ahead of him. There were a couple inside that weren't lying down. I thought Prostrado too may not pick up, as his price would indicate, but eventually he does so.
1,
Jason Collett gets him
5
over
or
the
1,
line.
6.
Didn't he lose his street when getting off the fence? Hippo angled him into the clear, and he's run a
5.
very, very creditable race on debut. Galga, that was an improved effort. Grand Eagle, who was being held the winner, I thought at about the 300 metre mark, will wind up in
3,
fourth. Favourite gets the job
4.
done, and he gets the maiden out of the way as he heads potentially towards the sires.
He made hard work of it. Perhaps he was looking for a little
1,
bit
5, 3,
further
4.
down the line. He looked to be going at a moderate tempo, but Jason Collett just put him into the race a long way from home.
So what happened is the jockey did the job. The jockey did the job. Both the jockeys, these are the jockeys, 1 and 5, and then 3. Both the jockeys. And that 4. That was a lot of pressure. Okay, that happened. Azar, welcome back. That was the first one. All right, 1, 5, 3, 4. The favorite won. 2 scratched. One, 5, 8, 3. Right, so let's see what we have here. So in the first one, that 4 was the linear with 62% on that. Okay. Here, the 1 is the favorite. All right. And if we look through the rails, it's the top one out. The pressure is 30%. It's a good one. It's the favorite. It's in the best hands. The 5 is exactly like this 2, which was expected to do something, but it did not do. Why? Because the jockeys got in. And this thing just did not work. So here, this one is there, and this is a very peculiar thing that I am seeing for the first time. So the jockeys generally range from -6 to the to the handicapping weight. So they range from -6. This is -55. That's a very peculiar kind of a thing that I am looking at. And this is the first time I've seen anything like that. For the time we've been measuring the jockeys, this is the first time. It's not been a long time that we've been measuring jockeys. It's been a couple of weeks, but in last couple of weeks, this is the first time I've seen anything like that. They generally range from -6 to probably 60 positive. But this one is like that. It's tricky. I don't know what that will happen. Either this will win, or this will not be there in any place. Either this will win, or this is not going to be there in any place. So that's what I think. I don't know. So that 1 and 5 are two top favorites, 1 and 5, and then it is 8. 8 is a 3-year-old filly. But it's, I don't know how, it's got no races. Then we've got this 2-year-old filly also, which comes within the BB. It is the same pressure on this. It is the same pressure on this. They've got same advantage, but the BB is better with 5. This is also a good jockey. This is a reasonable number. The 3 has probably one of the best jockeys. This, I don't understand this number. This is the first time I've seen anything like this. So 9 is also in good hands. 9 is also in good hands. These people have been making money. I don't know about 8. 1 is the linear. All right, 1 is the linear. There is 30% pressure on this. Now, if we look at the numbers, this linear should work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, is 145, 184. It's 900-meter maiden. Should work. The one should work. But the jockey is not one of the best jockeys. That jockey is not one of the best jockeys. That jockey is one of the worst, probably third from the worst. That's not one of the best jockeys. It's a 900-meter. You need to have a little bit of understanding of what's going on. I mean, the horse and the jockey needs to be very, very smart on this. I'm not going to get into this. This doesn't look right. I am not very sure of what this jockey will be doing. We have a lot of markings on this. Technically speaking, this thing should work. Technically speaking, this should work. You know, it's in good hands. It's the linear. The pressure is adequate. But we also have some issues with the jockeys here that we have seen in the first one. I mean, one. I don't want to complain about one because one was the favorite, and we did not go with it. People actually supported the jockey, though there was a drift of 63%. But then the jockey kind of pulled it out, so that happened. That worked. So the jockey did the job. Here, the one is the favorite, and this was one of the best jockeys on one. But here, this jockey is not one of the best. The best jockeys are here. And I seriously don't understand that 5. I don't understand that 5. If we are looking at that pressure, that's 30%. That this thing has got 3 races. It's a good horse. Everything is good. It's first one through the rails, but it's given a lot of advantage. But if this track is playing jockey, which just happened in the first one, if this track is playing jockey, then we'll have to take a look at it from a different angle. I am not going to get into this. Aubry is a beautiful track. Aubry is beautiful. Aubry is one of the best tracks. Hands down, Aubry is one of the best tracks. I did not have Aubry today to go with, otherwise I could have gone with Aubry. It's safe. It's very safe. It's not like Newcastle.
Smartest Grace, she's at $11 chance, and Bessie LaBelle is $11 or $6 out to 9. So Sergeant Stan's about to go into the barriers there for Harry Coffey, and Jason Lyon will ride the stablemate Smartest Grace. Rain falling fairly constantly now, annoying for the jockeys, the horses, and everyone associated for this first race. And it doesn't look like stopping any time soon, Kate.
No, it certainly doesn't, and the way the forecast looks, it's only going to get worse as our day goes on, unfortunately. But hopefully, with relatively small fields after a few scratchings, the track holds up okay in preparation for tomorrow. But we are on a soft 5-2 prior to the rest.
I'll be right back.
From our presentation area, we've just gone a little bit more undercover. Just got
I did
right.
the pre-race interview. You can run across out in the grass and do the post-race.
I can do that. One of the outsiders about to go upspill. So we'll head up to James for the opening race of the Aubry Cup Carnival.
Group chat, the first starter. About to link in for Nick Haywood. With decent rain falling now before the first event of the day. Oaky Moon and Bessie LaBelle to come forward. We're on a soft 5, downgraded from a good forward 123. 1000's the trip for the Meredith Roof Plumbing Country Boosted Maiden Showcase plate. $35,000 on offer here. Oaky Moon looks to be possibly the only one away from the line. Sergeant Stan, 230, 420. Group chat and 420, One Hard Lady. Oaky Moon about to come forward, drawn barrier number 9. Oaky Moon goes up. Now the clerk of the course out the front of the stalls there. So number 12, Christmas Star, is undergoing a vet's examination. Fractures in the gates. Christmas Star undergoing a vet's examination. So 230, the favourite. Money continues to come for One Hard Lady into 390. The second favourite. So Christmas Star undergoing a vet's examination. Has drawn the inside gate here. Favourite Sergeant Stan, barrier 7, One Hard Ladies in 4. The well back second favourite who's into 360. So 240 Sergeant Stan, 360 One Hard Lady. And group chat $440, $9 Bessie LaBelle. That's the top 4 in the betting. So the vet just running the eye over Christmas Star. So may not be out of the gates yet, Christmas Star. The 3-year-old filly. Just looking to back her out of the gates. Clear Ramsbotham out of the saddle. Christmas Star's behind the line and will now be trotted up behind the stalls. The vet running the eye over Christmas Star. So Christmas Star. Just wait on word from the stewards. So it's out. Christmas Star is out at 154. Late scratching on Ben's advice. Christmas Star's out. 9 going round. Starter climbs the ladder. The red light is on. Sergeant Stan the favourite. One Hard Lady a well back second favourite. Gates open. Off and racing and Stormy Woo stood there. Missed it by about 4 lengths. Upskill out wide, showing plenty of toe. One Hard Lady's going up on the pace. Bessie LaBelle not far away, and the favourite Sergeant Stan lobs in a nice position. 4th, the inside on the outside of Smarter's Grace. A length to group chat, 2 lengths Oaky Moon, 2 to Pride of Jezza, and about 8 lengths last of all to Stormy Woo. 600 to go on the first. One Hard Lady, the well back second favourite, travels nicely in front. By a length and a half, the Sergeant Stan, and then comes Smarter's Grace. Bessie LaBelle comes into it out wide on the outside of Upskill. Group chat tries to make ground in the centre from Oaky Moon. And then Pride of Jezza. One Hard Lady going really well out in front. Down to the 250 metre mark. Dash right away. 3 or 4 lengths in front here of Group chat running home well. Then Sergeant Stan. And Smartest Grace getting home nicely. But One Hard Lady, this is a terrific debut by One Hard Lady. One Hard Lady bolts into the first. One Hard Lady, 4.5 lengths to Smartest Grace. Bessie LaBelle got up for 3rd, and they're followed by Pride of Jezza from Group Chat. Oaky Moon, Sergeant Stan, got the Stormy Woo, Upskill the last one.
Well, the money came for her late, didn't it? She come right in. She's in lane 3, and the locals take the victory in the first. $3.80 for One Hard Lady. Smartest Grace there for Ronnie Stubbs at $2.30. And the stablemate of the winner, Bessie LaBelle, running 3rd. So 13, 8, 10. And our early favourite this one group chat who was a drifter in the market. Even Sergeant Stan didn't fire at all after good support for him, and a late scratching was Christmas Star, but that was so impressive. Probably a little bit more impressive than the stablemate that won the first here the other day. So the locals get the job done in the first.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Scott Holler, who we'll see go around later on, but certainly a nice filly. That's very much how she trialled too. She jumped down the front comfortably, and when she's asked for a bit of an effort, she's just really let rip. She's a lovely filly.
Boom.
Impressive then in trial, even under race conditions there. She's strong. Put away some horses that had a little bit of form behind them too. I thought the 8 here, Slider's Grace, that was a good return from her first up off just over 12 months spell. I think she will certainly win a race quickly this time around. The 10, Bessie LaBelle, she had a chance to run on well. Another horse that was knocking on the door last preparation can win a race quickly this time around. And the 2, Pride of Jezza will get 4th there, who's first up. I mentioned I'm trialling a little bit sharper this time around. This had 2 of our early favoured runners, perhaps a little bit disappointing there, but all honours, I should say, to the 13. She's a really nice filly, and it'd be interesting to hear Blake's comments on her and on how this track is after what was a pretty significant rain there just before the running of the race.
57.64, so the track's pretty good at this stage.
I missed it, Frank.
So pretty similar to Bon Holler the other day. She just gave nothing else a chance.
I had to go to the washroom.
And won by almost 5 lengths. So the locals get this horse is by All Too Hard out of Lady Von Costa. So she's a homebred horse, raced by members of Donna's family, including a sister, and Donna herself, and the family. Good luck to them. That was very, very impressive. And we've got a fairly big future. Some of the owners now just congratulating Blake, who is our favourite in the Jockey Challenge. And All Too Hard gets another winner. Donna Scott has another winner with a horse having its debut here at Aubry. And that augurs well.
Beautiful.
The big day ahead.
That's like more than 12 lengths, I guess.
It apparently will go around.
10 lengths.
It's also in that country championship.
Beautiful,
It's going on
beautiful.
Sunday. So it just depends on what happens with the weather according to Donna, where she'll go with that one Villasaurus. But we'll catch up with Blake in a minute. He's just getting his photo done happening with the owners. They're pretty happy. Why wouldn't they be? The locals take the prize in the first. And Blake's had a great start to the day. He'd be pretty happy
Got
with
smashed
that.
from
The range got
5.5 to
just in time,
3.5.
57.64. That was pretty easy.
Family bred and owned, and a bit quirky, so she's has a habit of not going in the gate, so this preparation's all about just making the barriers a good experience, and she nearly didn't go in again today, so look, she's done her job now, she's going to win. Team's been quiet enough, winner-wise, but ticking along nicely, so got a few runners over this carnival, and hopefully that's not the first of the winners.
That's a great start. Well done.
Thank you.
Terrific. Good time, 57.64. So that takes us away from the first race here at Aubry. One Hard Lady, heavily backed favourite, takes out our opener as we go for a break.
starters coming into the yard. Second event this afternoon here from Newcastle on Sky Thoroughbred Central and Maiden here. This is over the 900 metres field of 8. We start with the favourite, who is into $2.05 in Mel. That is Moonlight Gambler, for Joe Pride and Jay Ford.
He parades rock hard fit here, second up into the preparation. I think the
Jay Ford is a champion
first up. He was sent out favourite.
of losing.
He was given a squeeze and he just over-raced for a few furlongs, and that was the telling tale in the end. He was narrowly beaten. He'd stripped Fitty here second up into the preparation. I don't mind the fact that he comes back to 900 metres. Although he's drawn awkward, it's only one turn from the 900 metres here, and if he can improve off his first up run, I thought he was probably the horse to beat.
2 is out, so we go to 3. This is Cool Space for Mark Menavini and Karen McAvoy.
He's had 4 weeks between runs. He's rock hard fit now. He's had 4 solid runs back. He was placed last start at Gosford. That was in a moderate maiden behind Via Coney. He was back towards the inside. He saved all the ground up the fence. He's still got some improvement to come in the code, albeit he's deep on into his preparation. I'll give him a place chance.
Number 4 is Snickers Boy. Third up is Steve Hodge and Andrew Gibbon.
He was eased down last start at Gosford. That was in the same race as Cool Space. He was beaten 37 lengths. Ryder just wasn't happy with his action. He's had a tick-over trial in between. He's actually trialled up really well. He's placed in 4 career starts, but I didn't mind his latest trial.
On to Bull Amp we go. Number 5. First starter, filly by Winning Rupert for Lyle Chandler and Rochelle Small.
She's up on the toe, ready to get on with things. She's a real racy filly. I can see why they haven't taken her back to the trial. She looks like she lacks no fitness here. She's well placed today with the 3 kilo claim for Rochelle Small. She trialled up really well back in December when she finished second, beaten half a length behind Cam Tishner. If she does everything right, I think she is the main danger to our favourite.
The outsider in this field is number 6, Excellent Choice for John Cooper and Jet Penza.
He's first up without a trial. 2 of his 3 career placings have been here at 900 metres. He's just been struggling in recent preparations. He's nice, always a relaxed customer on the side of the pony, but he would need to lift on recent form.
Number 7 is Heroic Desire. First up, the Mika Hart and MLI.
This is a former Queensland galloper. She's first up without a trial today. She was racing in much easier company last preparation in North Queensland. The 3 kilo claim will certainly help her chances, but she's another one I'm happy just to watch today.
Nami's Jewel is number 8 here for John Thompson and Louis Boslin, barrier 1.
This is a filly I thought could perhaps improve off last preparation. She did nothing in her 2 starts last campaign. She was beaten by large margins. Obviously one of those was behind Private Harry, though, in a maiden here who won by a margin. She's first up today off 2 trials. She's been placed in both of those. She won her latest at Randwick when she led. Thought she responded really well under the rider to win the trial by 2.5 lengths. She's drawn to get all the favours from the inside gate, and she'll figure in the finish here, I would think.
And Sukabar is the first starter down the bottom. Andrew Atkins on board for Peter Snowden.
She's having her first day at the races. She's had 2 trials to date. She's had outside the leader in her latest trial. She was given a sweep. She just didn't look to find a lot when she was asked for the supreme effort. She's drawn to get...
5 is the... 5 is the reason I stepped out. That 5 is looking like either it will be winning and winning like nobody's business, or it will be nowhere. I have not seen that number, so I can't. And I could have gone with this, but they're also 45% on a drift. This is generally the one below the linear is the EW. But if we look at the jockey, this thing comes up in top with a number that I can't refer to anything. I can't refer this number to anything. Either this thing wins and wins with like nobody's business, or this is not going to be anywhere. The risk is twice because I cannot refer to this number. That's number 1. Number 2 is they're not one of the best teams. It is a gamble. I mean, when I know a number, I can talk about it. I don't know that number.
She's been brilliant all preparation, hasn't she?
Yeah, she have done everything right, and she's a
I know it's an EW. That position is an EW position, but the jockey on that is either a killer or it has been sabotaged.
175 now with fixed odds. P180 and second elect is Bulland, who now gets to 480 on track, 460 with the fix and cool space. Been very solid. Likewise,
Two extremes.
Who just gets out of touch now.
There are two extremes on that.
2.5 minutes out from race 2.
5, 8 and 3. I am with Moonlight Gambler. I didn't see him first up at Kembla, but he is nice and fit now, second up into the preparation. Just barely overdid it for a few furlongs there last start. We was only moderate away. Jay had to give him a little bit of a squeeze.
Getting tailed.
Just fired
There's
him
a
up.
5 or 6 getting tailed, I think.
Today. One turn. They'll just let him find his own rhythm, I would think, from out there. And he should be very hard to beat. He's nice and short in the market now. I was impressed with the parade of the 5 Bullet. This 2-year-old filly having her first day at the races. She's a nice athletic filly. She's very well placed today with the 3-kilo claim for Shell Small. She tried up very well back in December. And she looks right up to the mark here, fitness-wise, first up without a trial. The 8 Nanny's Jewel, she didn't have the best manners in the yard. She was very reluctant to head out onto the track, but she looks to have headed around the back behind the gates now, and she has tried up very well. Didn't show a lot last preparation, but a trial suggests she's come back in good order this campaign, and the 3 Cool Space was placed last start at Gosford. 1, 5, 8 and 3.
Okay, so now into $1.70, 4-year-old Aubry, looking to
1, 2, 2 hard.
So she's got winning Rupert out to be your song there with the recent trial. In fact, it was back on the 18th of December at Scone. That's where she's trained by my old Chandler, carrying the Bowman family colours, and then Cool Space. Cool Space that kept very safe with just Circle Salim there for Mark Metabini. He's at the 5 starts with just one place, and that was last time out at Gosford over the 1,000 metres. And like the favourite, he's just coming back slightly in trip.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see Cool Space beat a couple of the other top 2 in the market, purely because he's had his chance to break his maiden this preparation. He's coming out of a pretty moderate maiden at Gosford last start. Viacone won by an absolute margin. He was back towards the inside, saving all the ground. I like Moonlight Gambler, albeit he's short in the market, and if there's an upset, Bullet looked the part in the yard.
So 210 into 170, all about Moonlight Gambler here. His excellent choice goes up into the gates, and only a couple left to load. Here is race 2 at the 900 metre dash. We go to Luke.
It's number 3, rather, Cool Space, as we close in on starting time. Cool Space about to move up for Karen McAvoy. And his duel stands well. And only a couple left to move in. Nicker's Boy and Moonlight Gambler to move up. Favourite will be the last runner to come forward. Moonlight Gambler going up towards the stalls. Ready to run now. Red light flashing. Favourites on the outside. We're racing. Moonlight Gambler jumped about 3rd, showing great speed, excellent choice. Nami's Jewel the inside, punches up. Moonlight Gambler's quickly right there, 3rd. He's 3 wide at the moment. Sukaban, the next runner, followed by Heroic Desire. Then came in behind the Cool Space, passed by Nicker's Boy. Bulland is last. Nami's Jewel going quickly up to the turn from excellent choice. Moonlight Gambler is parked on their hammer 3rd. Behind those Sukaban as they enter the home straight. It's Nami's Jewel, excellent choice. Moonlight Gambler's flat out all of a sudden in 3rd. 4th's trying to get him to wind up. He's starting to pick up the bridle. Nami's Jewel still the leader from excellent choice. Moonlight Gambler still not there yet. 75 to go. Nami's Jewel. Moonlight Gambler's run to 2nd. He's going to dive on the outside, and yep, he got there. Moonlight Gambler, last few strides, he reeled in Nami's Jewel. 3rd was excellent choice. Behind them was Cool Space from Bullant, Sukaban, Nicker's Boy, And the last in was Heroic Desire.
Well, that was not dissimilar to the first with Buffalo. It wasn't the easiest watch, but he got him going late, Moonlight Gambler, after he was in trouble. It looked like halfway down the home straight when Nami's Jewel had kicked, but eventually he asserts his superiority on the outside to get up in the last few hops and justify his short quote. Moonlight Gambler breaks through at his fourth start. Jay Ford on board for Joe Pride over Nami's Jewel. The Grave gave a good kick. Excellent choice of the roughies.
186.
Cool Space will wind up in fourth spot.
3.
Bullhead's run wasn't too bad. I don't know what happened at the start, but was tailed off and either couldn't go a yard or missed it badly, but hasn't really been beaten all that far. That filly going forward might be worth following, but Moonlight Gambler, as I say, just a...
No, so what happened here is the reason I stepped out is because I could not relate to that number. I could not relate to that number. That's a I have never seen that number. That's something that I can't relate to. But what happened is that one had adequate force, adequate pressure on this. It was the linear first one through the rails, and it was the favorite, so the one did win. The other thing that happened is 1, 8, 6, and 3. So 8, 6 was the other drift. 8, 6, and 3. This played okay. This is how it should have played. That 6 should have got the second position, but it did not. The 8 got through. The 8 took it up. That is something. So, you know, so here is the thing, you know, like the horses, they get handicapped. What is handicapping is, I mean, the experts, they say they you know, they put weight on horses based on their ratings and performance. And they also say this, that the higher weights are for the top performers, top rated, and the weight gets lowered when they want to equalize it. But that's a very, very controversial subject. I mean, when I look at the data, how it works and what works and what doesn't work, so that's not always true. The lower the weight is you know, is not always for the horses that are not that needs to be equalized. It's debatable. That subject is debatable.
Curve for him, he got the job done, executed it really well. So hopefully,
And exactly the same way, like the horses are handicapped, the jockeys are also handicapped. That's why they you know, you will see that there's a jockey that has got a claimer. What does that mean? That if a jockey has a claimer, what does that mean? That means that because of him, the horse has got reduced weight on that horse. So how do you match that? How do you match what's going on? 7-win Aubry. Aubry is a much better place, Frank. Honestly, I would have played Aubry today. Trust me. I love this track. This track is a beautiful place to race. They're very good people. Very, very good people. No hanky-panky track. No hanky-panky track. One of the best tracks, hands down, in New South Wales. We'll take a look at the third one. 5 and 7 scratched. 4218.
Back out to 2,000 metres in an easier race season, very well placed here.
2 is Pimpernel, a recent winner today is $71. Shane Bloomfield and Josh Richards, who won the Cup a few years ago, rides this horse.
Yeah, well, hard to work out his form. I mean, he was great winning over a mile 2 starts ago, breaking his maiden. Then he was beaten 22 lengths at Corolla last start. Getting to the 2,000 metres for the first time may help him and perhaps prefers being on this bigger track.
3 is Rising Water, big odds, $34. Jason Lyon, Ronnie Stubbs.
Yeah, I'm contemplating finding a spot for this horse, though, I must say. I thought its last start effort over the mile got up on the speed and stuck on quite well, holding its ground, beaten only 2 lengths, finishing behind Oh Hell Yeah. Gets to the 2,000 for the first time as well, and I think that looks really welcome to them.
4 is Sea Strike. It's our second favourite. $3, $2.80, $2.90, $3. Lachlan King for Ben Brisbane. Interesting, these horses go around. Some have got the towel over, some have got other things. Some are just, oh, well, that's the way it is. We're going to get wet.
Yeah, and I think sometimes the towel is a bit of a waste of time. It is a nice, thoughtful gesture to the jockeys, but by the time you get over the horse's neck, your saddle's well and truly soaked anyway. But, yeah, Sea Strike here, certainly right in this, was good winning first up. And then last time a beaten favourite at Wangaratta, but was probably arguably could have won. Sorry, had he have had a clear path from the top of the straight. So I think that he's really well placed here.
He looks well. The big fella, Sea Strike, a 5 Tomato. I'll give this horse a chance out to $7.50 from $6. Matt Carl and Tim Dolling with a couple of good prospects today.
I agree. He's found the line well in his 2 starts back so far from back, which is what he usually does each time he goes around. Should be peaking third up in the 2,000 metres is his go.
6 is the Kilmorian, the last start winner here today. It's in at $13 from 19s.
Yeah, it was good winning last start. That wasn't an easy race either. And we spoke to Jodie Thompson afterwards, and she was just thrilled with him and spoke about how frustrating he had been. And that's kind of how his form reads. It has been very patchy, but perhaps that win has given him a bit of confidence now. He needs to repeat the effort.
Trainer Jodie Thompson doing the strapping duties there. She had a winning double at Broken Hill last Saturday. Daddy's girl. Well, Beck McRae, she's doing the strapping duties for her husband, Alan. No surprise there. John Kissick rides. Not out of it. Inside draw, John Kissick.
Yeah, I did find a spot for this horse. She's been very consistent. I thought she looked the winner last start, getting up on the speed, and was just beaten on the line by the Kilmorian, who I think she didn't see coming up the inside there. We know she runs this trip right out. I give her a good hope.
9 is a Stern Torch. Its recent form only fair, $51.
Yeah, look, he's still a maiden at start 20. I do think the 2,000 metres may be the key to him breaking his maiden, but he probably needs an easier race.
10 is Commando, big odds as well, Sean Gardner.
Yeah, not showing a lot and doing a fair bit of run at the moment.
11 is Oh Hell Yeah, out to $9 for Todd Smart, James Innes Jr.
Her 2,000 for the first time again, looks really suited to it. She tacked the line last start to just miss, so just will need a bit of luck from the draw.
The big odds about the last two. 12 is Danichi.
Yeah, found the line well. I started over 1,300 at Corolla and a maiden, but this is a big ass jumping to 2,000 metres for the first time in a hard race.
And the 14 Silver Zeta, a grey on a grey old day.
Well, that's right. I actually don't mind this horse. She's all legs, and I think the 2,000 metres looks right up her alley, but I do think we'll see the best of her next preparation.
Here we go for race number 2. Our favourite is Pennine Way, 240 to 230. Those pictures tell the story. It's really starting to rain heavy here. Our first race today was taken out by the heavily backed One Hard Lady for Donna Scott and Blake McDougall. Donna not here. We don't want to alarm people, but she was just not feeling well, so she's not here for the first race. And she might be here all day today. So Blake McDougall taking the first, our favourite in the Jockey Challenge. But our second favourite is the Jockey Challenge. It's Harry Coffey, who rides our favourite here for Nine Way, and Kayla caught up with him not too long ago.
Time in Aubry, they've put the weather on for you, unfortunately, or maybe you brought the Melbourne weather up. You got a few good rides here today, but kick off here with Pennine Way, who you've had a bit to do with at home.
Yeah, he's a nice horse, come from New Zealand, and the McAvoy team haven't had him long, but he's got some good form in New Zealand. He is still a bit raw and green, but this looks a nice kick-off point, and he probably will like the soft ground. Don't really know how the race is going to play, so we're going to see how we jump and work it out. But look for him to be strong late, and he's got a lot of raw ability, so the team's really excited about what he can do now that he's in Australia, and hopefully, he can get some confidence today and go on with it.
He did get back at Ellerslie when he won there. Do you see him being any closer in the run? Obviously drawn a bit sticky.
I'll see how we go, but I won't be squeezing him out and being positive. We'll just ride him where he's comfortable and try and get him to switch off. Small field, soft track. It'll be sort of interesting to see what happens, but I suppose in some ways the outside gate might aid us that there's a lot of options. So I'll work it out, and hopefully I ride him okay and make this trip to Aubry worthwhile.
Sorry, a couple of other good rides. I know you don't know them, but Claire Awesome for Matt Smith and Bowden.
Yeah, seems to have good form, drawn a nice gate. Matt's horses are running really well at the moment. And then come up here to ride a few for Stubbsy, and Belden's form, he won really well at Wagga, and then he's had a couple of runs since where he's been just okay, but I'm sure he'll bring his best on his home track, and I'm sure the Stubbs team have the horses ready to go for the hometown carnival.
That's exactly right. Good luck.
Thanks, Kayla.
Midnight Gambler takes out the second there at Newcastle, a heavily backed favourite, and the one that has been backed here is the one Harry was just talking about, but Nine Way, $2.40 to $2. I'm with it. I've got it on top of 4 Sea Strike, 5, which is Tormata, and the 6, the Kilmarian. So I've made 1, 4, 5, and 6, and it's a $2 favourite. This horse having its first run in Australia. Its previous racing in New Zealand, of course. The other ones there in the market are the 4, which is Sea Strike, $3 to $3.20. The 7, Daddy's Girl, 13's out to $10. What about Alma Craig? He's not here today. He sends his wife back out there, and it's absolutely steaming down with rain. He's nowhere to be seen. Good on you, Al.
Might have worked.
He's unbelievable, isn't he?
Later on.
Oh, I would be. But he could run a race. So I'm 1, 4, 5, and 6. I'm with the favourite, Pennine Way.
Oh, I'm very similar. I agree. Daddy's Girl can win a race. Can run a race here. I'm 1, 4, 5, and I threw in the 7 Daddy's Girl. I think we know it runs the trip out and get a chance here.
So this rain looks like it has set in for the afternoon. We've had a look at the maps. We've talked to the stewards, and I think it's here to stay, which is a shame. But we'll get through as best we can. Horse number 9 just loading up into the gates there. Stern Torches in. So we'll head up to James for his call of race 2, where Pennine Way, looking to win an Australian debut, is marginally the favourite ahead of the 4 Sea Strike.
Goes in. Pennine Way, the favourite. Into $2 on the tap big shots. Comes up for Harry Coffey. Goes up to the outside gate, and they're set to break. Race number 2, Aubry. Red line blinks away. Stand by at the 2,000. And they're away and racing in the second event of the day. Daddy's Girl off the inside, away to a good start. Commando pushes forward. And the Kilmorian tucks in behind them as they sort their order out. And they're followed by a Stern Torch on a forward move out wide. Pimpernell's gone up to 3rd. The Kilmorian's 4th. Then Rising Water, Sea Strike. Midfield from Commando, who just back in the race. Denici's out a little bit deep. Silver Zeta is running about 3rd last from Talmata, and the favourite Pennine Way drops out the last 3 wide as O'Hellier to the back of the track takes up the running, 1,400 metres to go. And it's O'Hellier, hasn't reached the rails. The rails is held by a Stern Torch, and up running 3rd is Rising Water. 2 lengths to Pimpernell going around Daddy's Girl. As a little bit more pace goes into the race, further back to Nietzsche, being followed by the Kilmorian, who's tucked away along the inside of Sea Strike, a length and a quarter to Commando, followed by Silver Zeta Talmata, And Pennine Way, the $2 favourite, last of all, only about 8 off the lead. Oh, hell yeah. In decent rain here is just the leader taken on for the lead now by Denichi. Pimpernel runs third. I think that a half into Rising Water. And Commando's coming with a run out wide. And Talbot's taken on from the back of the field. The goal towards the lead with 8 under the gun. So plenty of changes in the race. Sea Strikes up running about 5th. And then followed by Pennine Way out deep on the track, astern towards the inside. Pimpernel's losing ground. The Kilmorians running into it okay. Well back Rising Water with Silver Zeta. 500 metres to go. Talmara out wide, goes up to Commando. Oh, hell yes, along the inside, and Pennine Ways joining in beautifully on the outside as they straighten up from Sea Strike. Further back, the Kilmorian, it's Pennine Way coming after Commando. Sea Strike with a strong run along the inside. Then Talmara and a gap to Daddy's Girl and the Kilmorian. It's Pennine Way and Sea Strike from Commando, and then Talmara. It is Sea Strike, the inside, and Pennine Way. The favourites having a great battle. Pennine Way just in front of Sea Strike. It's Pennine Way and Sea Strike. They hit the line, photo, nothing between them. They've hit it locked together. Sea Strike and Pennine Way, 5 lengths away, third. Commando's up there from O'Hill here from the Kilmorian. Talmana, followed by astern towards Daddy's Girl, Silver Cedar. Then Denichi, Pimpernel, Rising Water towards the tail. Sea Strike's really fought back here along the inside to make it.
Forced to make a call. I think Sea Strike on the inside has just kicked back enough, but we'll leave it to the judge. Pennine Way had to make a run a long way out. Harry Coffey and also Lachlan King working overtime. Geez, that's close. But it looks like maybe on the inside Sea Strike for Ben Brisbane has been able to win, but it's not much in it. Good run by Pennine Way as well. The two favoured runners, and they were a long way clear of the others. Oh, hell yeah, wasn't far away. And the other one there is... And the other one there is horse number 10, it looks like, Commando. So,
Okay, so here is what's going on in the third race at Newcastle. If we look at the odds 4, 2, 1 and 8, if we look through the rails 4, 2, 1, they come up within the rails. 8 is the EW. Now the 4 is a neutral. Now, if we have to understand this correctly, the neutral horses do not win, but in which circumstances? They do not win when it is a handicapped race. This one is not handicapped. This is neutral, and then everybody has advantage. So, and it's the first one. So what if we look at the pressure points, it has less than 20%. It's a neutral, plus it's got less than 20%, which is not a great sign. Generally, neutrals do not win. Now, if this is not a handicapped race, and it starts with a neutral, then what are the possibilities? Then the possibility is the best horse. And the best horse is 2. But and it's a maiden race. It's got one of the best jockeys, and it is probably the second one through the rails. The neutrals, this is again a kind of a dicey situation, because 99% of the times the neutral do not win. We have tried this at Randwick, Flemington, Sandown, everywhere. The neutrals do not win. But when it is handicapped, this thing is not handicapped. This entire card is not. This is not a handicapped race. They're going to run on free will. All of them are maiden races. This is the only horse we have some numbers, but it has been put as neutral. Now that neutral might work as an advantage here. Why? Because neutrals do not win, but they do get into place. They do get into places. But I'm worried it is less than 20%. It had to be more than 20%. Here it was 30. Here it was too much for that horse. Here it is just 15%. Not sure. Not sure. Either this will it's the right odd and this will win, because technically speaking, you need more than 20%. You need more than 20% on a horse for that to get into a place. You need more than 20%. It is less than 20%. It's 15%. That's the highest. So the possibilities that might happen, because it is not a handicapped race, this might get through. Or what will happen is the best horse will win, which is this 2. We'll take a look at that 4 and the 2 and the rest of the Jing Bang lot.
Well, we're not far off the third at Newcastle, where conditions are an awful lot better than they are down at Aubry. So let's have a look at who's going to shine in this third event over the 1,200 metres. On the tab, it's Tact, who's on top at $2.70, solid around that price. Money's come in for Hippolyte Rock for 40 to 290. $5.50 is Black Wind, and there's a nibble for Southerly Buster, $11 to $7. A few we can make a case for, so we're very much going to need help from the yard. Cue Gavin now.
We're up to race number 3 on the program. Got a maiden plate coming up, 3-year-olds and upwards here, Mel. This is over the 1,200 metres. Tact is the favourite, who returns the gelding today at 260. But we start with Black Wind for Peter Green, 5-year-old, having only his second start. The rider, Grant Buckley.
Yeah, first time I've laid eyes on him, he's quite a big galloper. He looks as though he'll get out over a little bit further in time. I thought he did a really good job on debut at Hawkesbury. He didn't look overly comfortable on the soft ground, but he battled on really well for 4th position. He'll take a good benefit from the outing. He doesn't find an overly strong maiden here today, and I expect him to figure somewhere in the finish.
2, that is Hippolyte Rock, having second start for Tommy Berry.
He raced very greenly on debut at Rose Hill. He got back. He was quite on pace in the run home, beaten 6.5 lengths. He's been back to the trials, and I actually really liked his trial. He won the trial. He travelled strongly up on top of the speed. He was given a squeeze at the top of the straight and then put back on the bridle late. They've added the addition of the nose roll for the first time, with obviously a horse that's still learning his craft, but love the improvement he made in the later.
I said two is the best horse, but 4 is the favorite.
Gelding down from Scone, having his first start with Scott's and good in a mid-stable for him.
Yeah, actually, he was probably one of the runners that caught my eye when he walked into the yard. He's had 3 trials to date. He's been placed in all 3. He's had 1 trial this preparation where he finished 3rd in the field of 3. Was beaten 4.5 lengths, but he looked as though he was only out to stretch his legs. He certainly looks the part in the yard. He's beautifully placed with the claim, and I could definitely entertain a spot for him somewhere in the mix here.
Okay, let's have a look at this favourite, and that is Tact. Gelding by the Autumn Sun. The crossover noseband goes on for the first time, as I say. He comes back to Gelding. Andrew Atkins on board for Richard and Will Friedman.
He's a nice little compact type. He's not overly big height ways, but he holds good condition. He's had 2 trials. He's been placed in both of those. He set up outside the leader in his latest at Rose Hill. I thought he finished off nicely there into 2nd position behind Hopley Rock. He was probably under less pressure. He draws nicely here today. He was placed on 2 occasions from 4 career starts. They've both been at country grade, but in a race that doesn't have to look to have a lot of depth, he probably deserves to be somewhere well up in the markets.
On to miss him, here we go. Number 6 for Jason Coyle and Jess Taylor.
She went back from the barrier on debut. I thought she was fair in the run home, beaten 5.5 lengths behind Show Business. Up to 1,200 metres looks to suit, but she still needs to improve a few lengths to be a winning chance.
Yes, is the answer. It's a debutant down the bottom. Barrier 1, Brave Knob. That will take 2 off. The Kieran Marr.
Lovely filly. She's had 2 trials, one this preparation at Hawkesbury. That was back on the 24th of February. She was beaten around 4 lengths on that occasion. She got back. She worked to the line fairly. She should be afforded every opportunity from an inside gate. She looks like a horse that will just continue to improve with racing, and perhaps she'll be better next preparation when she's had a bit more time to furnish.
So what's going on? I'll just do a little recap. That 4 is the favorite, all right? From the rails, it's the first one to come out. That's an advantage, but it's a neutral. It's a neutral in a maiden race. It's not a handicap race. There are no linears in this race. Like this one was a linear. It's a negative marking on that horse. It's a linear horse. It's negative 985. Which symbolizes that it has speed, and this thing, the 4, is neutral. In handicap races, the neutral horses do not win. They come 2nd, 3rd. It was just yesterday when we were talking at Sandown that I personally believe that there is some kind of an enmity with the handicapper and the owners of this horses when they put a horse as a neutral in a handicap race, because they cannot win. The neutral horses, they cannot win. But that is a circumstance, or that's a situation when it is a handicap race. This one is not a handicap race. This is a maiden race where everything is all positive. There is no negative marking, or everybody is going to run on free will. If that happens, then 1 has a lot of advantage. 4 is probably with the best jockey and the best horse, probably, hands down. So that's what it is. And 8 is an EW position. If we look through the handicapping, if that's the lowest, then this one comes right after it. So 8 is the EW position, which generally works, but they put the 4 as neutral. So I won't be in. I don't want to get into it.
He said, yeah, but then once I got clear of the other horses, she sort of went on and was straight as an arrow then. So, I don't know, she's usually pretty professional, so I think maybe it was just a little bit of a lapse Pleasure Artist will run a big race, but she's probably got targets a bit further in her sights.
Good luck.
Cheers.
There is Will Friedman speaking about tact as they head to the start. People like Rocco Vespac, 310 into 270. Tap 240 out to 290, back now to 280. And the others, Black Wind continues to dread 440 out to a $6.50 quote. Southerly Buster, who looked all right, Mel in the yard. They've been a steady flow of money, 90 to 850 to 750 to 7. Now at another full point to $6. And yes is the answer. Debutante Kieran Marvick kept pretty safe. So interesting betting race, despite the fact there's only a half dozen runners.
Yeah, it's a race without a lot of depth, so it's pretty difficult to sort different form lines out here.
That 2 is getting tailed, I think. It's a 2 or a 3.
Just looking at him in the yard,
2.
It looks like a horse that's going to take a little bit of time to finish.
2 is getting tailed.
In the trial, he got back in his own start at Rose Hill, and he just looked all clocked off. He looked one pace and quite green, but latest trial, they put the nose roll on, they rode him positive, and he seemed to respond well ridden that way. The Fort Tact resumed the gelding. He went around the same trial. He trialled equally as good, if not just, if not a little bit better. He wasn't asked to do a lot over the final stages. He's just probably, he's had a few chances now, but he comes back to gelding and perhaps that'll do the trick with him. Black Wind, he presented nicely. I think you'll appreciate
This is something that I would like to mention, that I do not push my bets until and unless the last moment till the gates. I never do that. The reason is you need to see which one is getting tailed, which one is getting under the blanket, and if it is actually getting loaded. Pushing the bets before that, I avoid that. That 2 is getting tailed. It's a good one, but it is not in a mood to race, probably. It's a 3-year-old gelding, not something that is unexpected. It's a maiden horse. May not be a danger, may not be a reason to worry, but getting tailed is getting tailed. That says that it is fractious.
Covered that meeting last year. It's always a really strong heat. Going to be again this year. Looking forward to getting into strong tomorrow. I know myself is a current favourite at $2 from the Handicapping example.
Okay, so people like Rock now, 260. Favourite over, Tact, who gets out to 290. And the only other firmer outside of the people like Rock has been this first up of Southerly Buster, 9 into $6. Went up a bit longer than that.
Yeah, when he walked into the yard, he was the horse that caught my eye. He's been placed in all 3 of his trials, in country trials, and like I said, he finished 3rd in the field of 3 in his latest. But it was hard to get a guy. He looked like he was just out to stretch his legs. He only carried 55.5 kilos. We've got a lot of different form lines, like I said, to try and line up here form with that Rose Hill trial form with Hip Hopley Rock and Tact today.
Okay, let's head upstairs. Here's the third event. Late Marlin, as I say, 2, 4, 1 and 3. The third over 1200 as we take you to Luke Marlin.
Black Wind moves up. Over at Hippolyte Rock is about to walk forward. Missimi at the back of the gates as well, but Hippolyte Rock joining them for Tommy Berry. Replacing Zach Lloyd in this race. Zach right for his remaining engagements though. And Missimi will walk forward and they'll be ready. Red light on now. Waiting for Missimi to be secured, and it is now. Set for action. Ready. They're racing. Hippolyte Rock only fair into stride. Jumping nicely was Black Wind, and it's going to rush to the lead. And lands in front of Southerly Buster on settling. Tact is now on the improvement, goes to second. The inside, yes, is the answer, followed by Hippolyte Rock. And one over racing to its outside is Miss Immy. Black Wind led off the back straight. It's a half length in front of Tack with 700 metres to go. Third the inside, yes, is the answer. Then Southerly Buster. Hippolyte Rock is in an awkward position over on the inside of Miss Himmy. Working up towards the 500 now, and Black Wind shows the way. It's narrowly in front of Tact as they make the home turn. Back behind them, yes, is the answer. Southerly Buster and Hippolyte Rock needing some racing room. Early in the straight, Black Wind is in front of Tact called upon. Tact now looms up and goes to the lead. Hippolyte Rock's looking for a narrow gap and getting it. He's starting to run on. At the 200, Tact, Black Wind. Hippolyte Rock is getting the run now. Berries thread the needle on the favourite. Out wider was Southerly Buster. There's 4 across the track with Hippolyte Rock driving. Favourite got there. The ride the difference. Hippolyte Rock has won and all the breaks and salutes.
Azar!
Wide Southerly Buster. Tapping run 4.
Azar got that.
Yeah, lovely ride, and a horse that is still learning what it's all about, Hippolyte Rock, and he had to get him into the clear with his right nose. Eventually, when he flattened out, he was gathered in.
2-1, 4 and 3.
Tommy Berry will defeat Black Wind, who gave a good kick out of
Man, the neutrals are disasters, I tell you.
third spot. His chance will finish 4th.
He's taking good improvement off his debut performance. They added the addition of the nose roll, and although he settled back in the field, he was always travelling more comfortable today. Very good by Tommy Berry. He was very patient. He just let him work through his gears, and once he got there, he's attacked the line strongly. Win number 1 at just start number 2. Black Wind was much better getting up on top of the ground. He travelled comfortably out in front. He's just run into one better on the day here today. Southerly Buster's run up to his looks, and our earlier favourite Tact, who set it up outside the leader, certainly had his chance into 4th position.
Hippolyte Rock wins, as I say, at start 2, going by Minari out of a Fastnet Rock mare in Jungle Rock, and he wins for the first time at his 2nd start.
No, that's Frank. That's a tricky thing. But if you look at what's going on, so I did not know what to do. Actually, I'm getting old, so this thing is a neutral. Plus, it doesn't. It is below 20%. It's not in a position. I mean, I would have given it a thought. If this was at least 20%. This one is a neutral. Plus, it is less than 20%. So, it's. I don't know. I did not know what to make of it. The 2 is the best horse. Then it is 1 with the advantage. And then it is 3, which actually came in with one of the best hands. And the 4 got a place. Because it is supposed to get a place. It's a neutral. It'll get a place. It's a good horse. It's not that it's a bad horse, but it is just that there is some enmity. I mean, the people who are organizing these races, they kind of do not like the owners or the trainer or the jockey or whatever. So there's some stuff that is with the neutral horses. I don't know why they put neutral horses and on what circumstances they put neutral horses. I tried to find out the logic, and I am now what we do is through the DICR, we try to look at if this is going to be a neutral on the grade above, which it says no. It is not a neutral on the grade above. It's a neutral here. Anyway, that happened. We'll go to the fourth one. We'll see what's going on. No scratching. 3287.
Thank you. There's Tommy Berry taking up second bet on the program, 2134, after race number 3 here from Newcastle.
A thrilling watch there from last to first. Tommy Berry, I say it time and time again, is the absolute king of these patient rides. When he knows he's got the cattle underneath him, he can time it like no other jockey, and he does it exactly there. Hippolyte Rock, $2.40, $1.60. Holds off Black Wind, $3. Southerly Buster is no third. Dividends tapped in the fourth spot. So 2, 1, 3 and 4, your numbers there in the third at Newcastle. In the maiden plate over 1,200. A great watch there for anyone who backs the 2. A thrilling one, that's for sure. It'll get the adrenaline pumping. We'll take a break next on Sky Thoroughbred Central. Back to Aubry on the other side.
To win Canton. Let's see what's happening at Canton. Okay.
Taking away the tracks to the flag, stop 6. 16 on top, even race, express card broke made well, last card, with the stable mates, it's 22, rock relation, somewhere, the speed, 6, 2 and 7.
Yes, he had a little bit of balance. Step back. It's a bit of that's going down with things. Yeah, no, it's on the outside. Hopefully, it's not like that.
Where is Azhar? Azhar just made a trifecta, I think, in the last race. Did it work, Azhar? The trifecta. Did you push in? Congratulations.
From handicap, 45 tested, and they're ready to go. It's 4, they're away. Both CC Milano and Express Guard were just slightly slow to begin. Off the inside, Rock Revolution led them early with its stablemate Ritzy 20s coming across to sit second. Then Valley of Dreams, who's in between CC Milano on the fence and wide around is Express Guard as they make their way into the back. So it's Rock Revolution in front, leading by about a length margin for 1100 to go. From in second spot, Ritzy 20, CC Milano now third on the fence with Valley of Dreams fourth, and Express Guard was a bit wide around that first turn as he back to last position to get in and get some cover through the middle stages as they run past the 800. So Rock Revolution is getting a really easy lead here for Jet Stanley, 750 out. Moved on the back, a length leading here over Ritzy 20s. In third position, Steve Milano from Valley of Dreams. Last is Express Guard, but there hasn't been much pressure through the race. With 500 to go, that should suit the leader here, Rock Revolution. The half to 3/4 on Ritzy 20s. His stablemate is just going up a little bit closer. CC Milano, Express Guard into fourth. They've dropped off Valley of Dreams as they really accelerate. Around the turn, Rock Revolution tested by Ritzy 20s. Express Guard with a couple of lengths to make up, and then CC Milano. Ritzy 20s.
Come on.
Revolution 100 to go. Express Guard within a length of the pair and steadily closing. Express Guard goes up to Ritzy 20s, hit the lead, drew on, and wins again. Express Guard
6-2.
3/4 over Ritzy 20s. Rock Revolution ran third. And then a sizable margin back to CC Milano in fourth. Last of the 5 was Valley of Dreams. So the favourite win, and I would say better than what he was in his Terang with. At Terang, he just took forever to catch up to Pat's Pro.
Helps all the time.
Starts every time we go out in it, and it stops every. Significant rain, I'd say, the times that it is coming down. The worst of it is supposed to come this afternoon, so hopefully it doesn't. But I dare say we will more than likely be on the heavy track tomorrow for the main day, which is a bit unfortunate.
So after the last race today, which is the City Handicap, we'll be previewing that big leading tomorrow. At the present time for the Aubrey Gold Cup, the favourite is Kings Valley. For Karen McAvoy and also Kieran Maher, it is our $3.40 favourite for that feature race tomorrow. And Methuselah for Chris Waller, $4.80 now. The stable has reported to us that apparently the two Waller runners, Medusa, who's our third favourite, and also Methuselah, will be coming down. So that's a positive for the race.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Hopefully all their fields stand up as well as they can. I know this rain is forecasted, but I suppose most people believe it would be expecting to be a really wet track tomorrow, but it is looking likely, that's for sure.
Nick Olive won this race actually last year. He won it with Walls Angels, and he's got Spicy Blue this year with 1 from 1. Heavenly Legend gets the blinkers on for the first time. I'll tell you what, the 4 Sir Much-Lot's pro. Back, and he's a good odd front $3.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned in the parade there, he looked a very promising horse after his debut win. He was terrific there at Golden. I think he won by about 4 lengths from memory.
He did.
He looked like he was really going to go on with it. He's just been a little bit patchy since then. But you're right, he will be stripping if it gets out to 1400 at this stage. He's certainly capable, but he needs to get it all together.
So Rebecca Bronhead Cragg about to take her mount forward. Her birthday the other day, I think. Pretty sure. Greatest of these. Her mount at $61. After the one the last start went to $101 for Carly Frater. Big odds. On the inside is Spicy Lou from Mariah Curtis, but our favourite is Rose at $1.80. There's my late mail numbers on the screen now, 10 to 9 and 3. The next race will start our quaddy. We'll give you those numbers shortly. But Rose is our favourite here for race 3.
You're making a really good line here for race number 3, Rose. Odds on favourite, $1.80. Coming up now. 1.7 now here. Downgrade to a soft 7 at $2.35. And there's been a decent amount of rain since that downgrading, as after the one gets set. And coming up to the line now. Von Holler pressing back on the boot. Month ago, Rose the favourite.
Brilliant, Frank.
Race 3, the Atura Aubrey. She boosted Class 1 Showcase. 1400 the trip. Spicy Lou in the inside gate. The red light.
Best of luck.
So Lunchalots was away to a great start with the favourite Rose, Navy Maureen's prominent on the outside of Spicy Lou. Heavenly Legends 3 dead.
2 10 9. Okay.
Greatest of these goes to 6. 2 lengths to check side to G. McGow. Bon Holler in the back half of the field. 2.5 lengths Boy from Tennessee after the ones. The last one 11 lengths off the lead. 1,000 to go. And Sir Lunchalots leads by half a length to the odds on.
I got it.
Spicy Lou gets a lovely run through the inside.
It's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place. Aubry is brilliant.
From Checkside, a length and a half Boy from Tennessee, and 2 last of all 2 after the one, about 9 lengths off the lead. And Sir Lunchalots, 6.50 to go. Just
Come on.
Rose, Heavenly Legends running third on the outside of Spicy Lou. Then maybe Maureen. Bon Holler creeping a little bit closer on the outside, followed by G. McGow, Greatest of Ease. Well back Boy from Tennessee, check side. And after the one, they're into a stretch, 3.50 to go. Rose, the odds-on favourite, goes to the lead from Sir Lunchalots. And then Spicy Lou for the back Boy from Tennessee. And Bon Holler can't pick up, but it's Rose in front. Spicy Lou's running a big race on the outside. The 2-year-old filly coming after Rose. It's Rose and Spicy Lou. Rose.
Come on, baby.
Performance Spicy Lou has won it from Rose. Third's a photo. Bon Holler.
210 definitely is in, Frank.
Side behind the G. McGow, maybe Maureen after the one of Heavenly Legend of the title.
Oh man, that's 10 and 2.
She's a lovely filly.
Very nice. She went 1 well at Cootamundra and just put a gap in it. But today she had to dig it. But she's a ready-made racehorse, isn't she? She just does everything right. Rose not easy to get past. It's got a bit more experience. And a winner's paid $6.70, $1.20. Good run though. by Rose, just the same. Sir Lancelot was back whacking away there. It'll be in the minors as well, back on the inside.
That's a brilliant job, Frank. Whether you missed or not, that doesn't matter. But this is brilliant job. The 9 also was there, but the 4 got through, I think.
It's got a nice run. 35.72 was the last 600.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not too bad considering.
No, that's exactly right. Well found, Graham. You stuck solid with her. Yeah, Bob Oliver running to 4th there. You stuck solid with her off that good
Okay, this is what we have for the 4th one. It's a class 1 at Newcastle. The favorite is 3, 2, 8, and 7. If we look at 3, 2, 8, and 7, if we look through the rails, the 8 is the first one to 8 is in both sides of the rails. The first one to go out. 3 is the favorite, which is also within the rails. 2 is there with the bigger drift with one of the best jockeys. So that's more or less the kind of situation. The other thing which is there is that 6. Okay. In between. Now, I think it's all good. I think it is all good. That's an EW position. That thing has never been into racing. I mean, it did 2 races. It's got nothing, but it's one of the BBs and with advantage. Well, 2 is the bigger drift. 2 has a lot of numbers. It's got 1 league race, but which it did not win. It's been given a lot of advantage here. But the highest advantage is with 6 and then this 5, which is from gate number 1. With that weight from gate number 1, it is difficult. But with that weight from gate number 3, it will squeeze in. So whether now the first question is whether 3 will win or not. That 3 is a colt. I don't know what it will do. That's the first problem. That's the first problem. It's a colt. The colts are the lineage of King George the III or 4th. They do what they want to do. Nobody can make them do anything. So whether that colt will run or not, that is a dicey thing. And because of that colt, all the mares and fillies are exposed. It becomes very, the hormones will start playing. If that colt doesn't win, the sole reason of putting a colt and making it a mixed sex is to make it volatile. Because this thing, more than performance, it is going to be sexual. All of them are sexually active. All these fillies, mares, they are sexually active. And when they see a colt, it's like party time. And that is a problem. And it is not a very strong linear. Even 8 is not a very strong linear. They're linears, but they're not very strong. So possibilities that might happen. If we look at the pressure, this one is the best BB. The pressure is adequate. Got 10 races. The first one, the strongest handicap is on this 4-year-old mare. Then it is this one, the colt, which will work as an advantage. 2 is the outer drift. It's a 4-year-old gelding. This is not a winning position. This is always like that. Now, if we look at the distribution of the weights, or if we look at how this will react on an upper grade, this and this, these two are same horses, the 3 and the 4. The 3 and the 4, they're the same horses. And I mean, when I say same horses, as in they have the same probably size, weight, all that. Performance is definitely with 3, but 4 is also there. It's got 8 races, and it is not something that is that can be ignored. It's coming from gate number 8, though. It's the same stuff, all right? They're the same stuff. This is a colt which has a mind of its own. This one is a gelding which is very easy to handle. Is it in a winning position? Technically, no. It had to be within the rails. It's not within the rails. But that's a threat. And it's a mixed sex, because if the colt, what happens in a mixed sex is generally the lady horses will try and impress the male horse, the stallion. They always act very shy at the paddock, and they will try and impress. They will try and, they'll do their lady dance in front of that colt. They will have no focus on the race. So that 3 is the favorite. I am out. Let's take a look at the paddock, Frank. I don't like this place. This Newcastle. I don't like this place. I do not like to race here. They, in the name of handicapping, what they do is they do all this weird stuff. They will put in mixed sex. They will put in a neutral in a maiden. They will do this, that. I mean, things that are very dicey. They do that. There's no straight openings in these races. There are no straight openings. That's why I like to stay away from this track. And when they cannot do all that, they cheat. When they cannot do all that, they cheat. So this track is one of those places where I personally, if you ask me, I would never come to Newcastle to race. This track is like that. If you go back and check all the videos at Newcastle, probably 1 in a 10 race they played something worthwhile. I mean, 1 in a 10 events I am talking about, not 1 in a 10 race. 1 in 10 events. If they have had 20 events in last 1 year, out of that maybe 2 events they played something worthwhile. Rest everything is garbage. That has always been here. That's what they do. There are no straight openings. There are no good horses. I mean, even if you have good horses, they will make sure they do something very dicey with that horse.
$7 chance, but yes, pretty safe at that point for Greg Hickman and Tommy Berry.
He's in his first racing preparation. He's been placed his last two at country grade. He just wasn't suited by the slow tempo last start at Bathurst, where he was narrowly beaten behind Luna Flirt. He's another one that doesn't hold a lot of expedition. He'll appreciate the big track. If they go on a good clip in front, he's one of the run-on horses.
Down the bottom is Weeby Jamming at $4 for Sigo Halloran and Mitchell Bell.
She's been placed 4 from her last 5. She really deserves a maiden win. She just missed here last start behind Think We're There. That was her first go up over 1,850 metres. She'll be all the better for the run over the trip now, and I expect her to be right in the finish.
Favourite here, Bluebird Bay, 260 on track. Second elected 340 is Koenig. Now a bit of a move, Weeby Jammer down the bottom, 420 into 390. Best of the others is out $7 stock road. Pretty solid at that quote, and the others are at $15 and longer as they prepare. The riders prepare to move over and be left up. They're going to be fourth event race number 5. We'll kick off the first leg of the quaddy this afternoon. But the fourth event not far away. Bluebird Base had one run back from a break, finished fourth. First up on the spell carries the Daneland colours. Played by Sarah Ryan, has got a couple of other good chances today, including in Sky and Bluebird Bay, and she's out there now with Mel.
Sarah, this fellow didn't have the best of luck here first.
Yep.
But I thought he batted on bravely.
Yeah, he did. Obviously, for 1,500 first up, I thought he ran quite well, but yeah, he just top 5 the entire time and just worked well to life.
It was a nice gate today, and I just see the protection's going to be set to settle a little closer in the run.
Yeah, if he steps well, then Chad's hopefully going to be outside lead. That'll be the plan. The biggest thing is keeping this horse in his own rhythm.
He looks a real progressive horse. I just noticed when you walked in, you had the double handlers on him. Is he still just learning what it's all about?
It was only just because he was walking down here by himself. There's no horse to follow him, and it's a big walk from the tight source down here, and he's still a big baby.
Okay, a couple other runners today. Race 6, Queen. She looks progressive.
Yeah, I love this horse. I think it's Saturday grade every day of the week. He's been unlucky his last 2. He got checked real badly last start and started 4:30 and they just missed out. So I think it's a nice race, and he's thinking with the lead of it on.
And in the feature, Matchalade, he was brave here first up after a long layoff. He had to take a nice natural improvement from the first up race.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's fitter. He galloped fantastic the other day, and he was raring to go this morning, so I expect a big showing from him.
And he's got good natural gate speed, so the soft gate's a positive, I would think, as well.
Yeah, exactly. He'll probably end up leading. It doesn't look like a lot of speed in the race, so leave it up to Ash.
That's a really nice chances. Is there one that you could single out that's in the right race?
Coils is definitely in the right race. Much Latte, I would also be confident with.
Good luck.
Thank you.
To see Sarah Ryan on track, 3 very good chances. That's starting with Bluebird Bay here. 270 is favourite. Now Koenig goes 350 into 330, and there's been money for Weeby Jammer down the bottom. 420 into 370. So the top 3 in market order have all had varying stages of support. At this point, we're still just over 4 minutes out from a start.
Yeah, I'm probably in game making a best bet in these staying races because quite often they can turn up some funny results. But I thought he looked a really good bet today with Bluebird Bay. She seemed to think the other 2 were probably the better chances of hers. But I'm happy to be within Bluebird Bay. 3, 8, 2 and 7 for me. He looked an absolute treat in the yard. He should settle in the first few. He looks nice and fit. Second up into the preparation. He comes back in grade. And I like the fact that they're going to be positive with him. He looks like a beautiful big striding galloper that just needs to be in his rhythm. The 8 Weeby Jammin', like I said, she's been a model of consistency, all preparation, just missed here last start. She'll be all the better for the run over the trip. I'd say she'll be following Bluebird Bay everywhere he goes, and she's only got 55 kilos on her back. Koenig, well, it wouldn't surprise me to see him come out and do it. He just needs to put his best foot forward. He probably hasn't had a few things go right this preparation. He went to Wyong 2 runs ago, which isn't his track, and then they put the blinkers back on last start where he overraced. He does get conditions to suit today on a firm track with the blinkers off today, and he's a winner here in the past. And the 7 Stops Road can improve getting onto the big track. Wasn't suited by the slow tempo last 3-8, 2-7.
It's been a day for favourite backers. At this point, Buffalo odds on favourite won the first. Moonlight Gambler was back the other way to take out the second. Moonlight wants favourite in race 3 after displacing Tack at the top of betting. And Gladys and Knox bets through at this second start, bringing us to the 4th event on the card. Race 5 starts aquatic at 5 minutes after 4. In terms of the track, how do you think it's been thus far?
Yeah, I think it's played really well. It's a little bit hard to get a guide because we've had small fields. Obviously, Buffalo won the first come from back. It was under hard riding. Moonlight Gambler come from just off the speed, and Hippolyte Rock come from back in the field. So weaving a passage through. So far so good. It looks to be playing really nicely. Genuinely, when you come here to Newcastle, it does play that way. It's just usually tempo related. So far, it's been playing very fairly.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see what they do with Buffalo out of the first race. Intention was to go on to the sides. Here in Jason Cotton post-race, he would you got the opinion he felt that he might have had enough of this preparation, but obviously that'll be left to David Atkins. We didn't get to see the Blue Blood really in Federalist because he had absolutely no luck, and that can happen. Despite it being a big track, if you get strung up behind horses and there's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, and
that was the case with him.
And you do see that in small fields. You think that you shouldn't be able to run into trouble, but that's when it quite often does happen. They become tactical. He was hemmed away back towards the inside. The horse that doesn't show a lot of early speed, and then he just never got clear running. But he'll keep for another day, Federalist. Like we said, he's got a very, very good pedigree. Some really good meeting here today. I would say close to metro grade on a number of races. Like I said, and obviously our feature being race 7 is one of the strongest heats we've seen for a while. Just on Federalist, he's beaten 3.5 lengths, but really never got out of first heat.
Okay, just like that last year getting around the gates, on the Country Championship wildcard tomorrow, obviously be up there with Greg and Mick. Any thoughts, early thoughts at this stage? Obviously, the Massara Gavin horse is the one to beat. The market will tell you that.
Yeah, he's a horse that I saw him make his maiden here early on, and I followed him all the way through. I don't think he was overly comfortable back towards the inside there at Tamworth last start. He's drawn whitish tomorrow, but I think that will be better for him. Beautiful big run in. Didn't see him first up at Tamworth, but I assume he's taking good natural improvement. He's obviously going to be a horse that'll get out to a mile and further, and his pedigree suggests that. But I definitely do think he's a class galloper, and I'll be tipping him tomorrow.
There we are. Tipping him tomorrow. Get in early to avoid the rush. As Dim the Lights moves up, late mail numbers here 3, 8, 2 and 7. 280 Bluebird Bay, solid favourite over Koning, who's been backed at 350 into 310. Weeby Jam and 420 into 370. Stock Road heads the others, just gets out a point to $8 as they link in. That's 10 up cents. Here's race 4 with Luke.
$2.80 Bluebird Bay. Going to be further forward here today. They're loading well. Up comes Coastal Groove. Koning's riderless. Dim the Lights is already in the gates. Weeby Jamming. Bluebird Bay. Coastal Groove coming up. Bluebird Bay. Coastal Groove. I Spy the Eagle locked away.
Best of luck, Frank.
Koning is being attended to by the barrier staff. It's going to come in riderless by the looks as Stock Road comes in for Tommy Berry, who won the previous. Market doesn't really like it here, Stock Road, but I'll give it a chance. Thought he was good at Bathurst. That wasn't a strong race, but no superstars in this one either. Now up comes Dance, Dance, Dance. Red light activated. They're ready at Newcastle. Stand by. Gates open. Off and racing now. Caught them okay. Koning was away fairly. Bluebird Bay didn't jump. It's being dug up, but can't really muster much speed. And when they settle down, Coastal Groove is going to charge forward on the outside and look for the top. It's Coastal Groove and Weeby Jam, and I Spy the Eagle getting keen, and Koning's working up 3 deep on the outside. Back behind those, the rail was dim, the lights being followed by Bluebird Bay. 3 lengths away, Stock Road on the inside of Dance. Into the back straight they go. Coastal Grove is the leader by 3/4 of a length on Coning, who's straight up to get outside the leader. One away third, the inside, We Be Jammin' from I Spy the Eagle, then Dim the Lights. Bluebird Bay second last, or third last I should say, can't count. Stock Road second last, and on the outside, Dance can see them all. They've got 1,000 metres to go. Coastal Groove, the front runner, leads here by 3/4 of a length on Koenig. He's closer today, he'll get his chance. Third, the inside, was We Be Jammin', enjoying a good run in the race. Then I Spy the Eagle. It's just on and off the bit mid stages, being trailed then by Dim the Lights. Bluebird Bay, Stock Road is easing off the inside and starting to get some momentum up. Dance at the last one. They're coming up towards the home turn. Coastal Groove under pressure. Coning the outside, Handy. Bluebird Bay looming. Stock Road's very deep on the track as they come around the turn. They straighten up. 400 metres to go. Coastal Groove the leader. From on the outside, Coning. Bluebird Bay, Stock Road wide out. We Be Jammin' looking for a run through in the centre. It's tight for room, but starting to come through now. Coastal Groove is the leader, but We Be Jammin' gets that run now and is coming up to join them. We Be Jammin' from Coning, Bluebird Bay. It's We Be Jammin' just in front. 50 metres left to go. We Be Jammin' wins it.
Yo! Frank, boom!
Then Coastal Groove, followed by Dim the Lights, Dance. I Spy the Eagle on Stock Road.
But We Be Jammin' was strongest late once that gap opened up between Koenig and Coastal Groove on the inside. Mitchell Bell with the whip in the left hand drives We Be Jammin' to victory for a well-deserved win. At 7 places from 10, and today was her day. Coastal Groove, well ridden aggressively, might be the key. Seemed to respond to that. Bluebird Bay got moving before the home corner, but just looked to be a bit one-paced down the home running.
Yeah, our winner, We Be Jammin', was just aided by a beautiful ride. Matt looked kind, and that's exactly where she settled. Leaders back, presented at the top of the straight. She gets her maiden win on the board at start number 11. The Coning was much better when settling up outside the leader here today. That might be the key with him. Third went the way of the 3, Bluebird Bay. The race was over once he was only steady into stride. He got a long way back, but he worked home okay in the 3rd position, and Coastal Groove has battled on well into 4th possession. But Gav's going to catch up with our winning trainer. He's going to make his way over to the camera. Steve O'Halloran, he does a good job with his small team.
This big gets the win today, and she deserved that.
Yeah, very much so, Gav. She's been ultra consistent and did great on even last run.
So what happened? 8 was the first one through the rails, and the pressure was adequate on this. It was a linear, not a strong one, but she did the job. So 8 went through. Then it was 2 with that larger drift and the jockey. Then it was 3, which was the favorite. And that 6 was in a EW position, but it had no races. What happened is this one got through. Where is it placed? It is placed right above 2. Beautiful, Frank. That was a good one. Two, 5, 4, and 3.
Sticks out here.
3 is Declare Awesome, draws the inside, Matt Smith and Harry Copy. It's out to $4.80 from $4.
Sweeps over the top of Dancer Grunt, Sumerian Cove, and hit the lead and dashed away. And when Elegance goes
10,
on
10,
to win
10.
by 2 lengths from Dancer Grunt, Sumerian Cove third, Highland Magic fourth, and then Cavell, followed by Long Hot Night, Elite Power, Garnet Bay, and then a margin back to Our Swan Song, and lastly was St. Nebraska. So Win Elegance has come from back at the tail of the field here, the widest runner around the home turn, but seemed to build up and get stronger as the race went on, and she's ended up coming away and having a fairly easy win in the end. And the well-back Dancer Grunt in second, Sumerian Cove still third. Highland Magic's been extraordinary there, 3 wide, no cover all the way, and yet it's still run 4. So 10-3-1-7 for Andrews, 10-3-1-7. Win Elegance, number 10. There is a 4-year-old mare by Oasis 3. Trained out of Lindsay.
Yeah, Kennedy is a good jockey. Okay.
Kennedy. 3 Dancer Grunt, second and 5 run. The Marion Cove, third by Dome. 7, fifth in number 2. Margins at 2 1/4 by 3/4, and the time for the race was 1:59.44. Winner 970 and 260 on Super Tap. Win Elegance started $9 on the VOC and 10 cents for the day. So Reese Bank is going to represent the stable. We've went through most of the runners a little bit earlier, Kate, but Win Elegance has got the first win for Lindsay Park on the board today.
Yeah, right. That was cool. That was what you think and everything. It was right out the back of the tail of the field.
To run third there. She'll need to find a little bit more in a harder race, but capable.
The 13 is Gelling Knight. It's out to $23, Pierre Bookville, again for Craig Weedy.
All the runs I thought have actually been better than what they read, and the form around her is not too bad for this either. I also think 1400 looks ideal.
14 is Smart Colour, big odds, $81. I think it'll win a race shortly, maybe not today, but Matt Cole is in the saddle for Tim Donnelly.
Yeah, look, she's not finishing all that far away. She's been getting back in midfield and finding the line not too bad. I think getting back out to 1400 looks suited off her last start run over the 1200, but she'll need luck here.
15 is Menuin. It's out to triple figure odds, so no people's rides for Anthony Warren.
Shown a little bit in previous preparations. First up, did struggle at Canberra in what was a pretty tough maiden there, but does find another tricky race here.
Shane Bloomfield has the bottom two. The first one is 16p in Kai. It's at 26s.
It was a much improved effort, I thought, last start, which was his first run with Shane. He got back, and his last 100 metres I thought was excellent, beaten just half a length there. He'll need to repeat that, though.
And 17 is Defying the Stablemate at $101. Theo Nugent.
He's got through the line last start, beaten 3 lengths at Corowa over 1300. This is a harder race.
Breezy Bron is our favourite here. It's been 360 to 250. Claire Olsen is 440 to 480. And Kismar is 290 out to 350. And it's the one we like, Caleb.
Yeah, we do. I think her form sticks out here. Ross, you haven't had her the whole way through, but she's been a nice pickup, it looks like.
She has. She's done everything fine up at Sandown. Very nice run at Sandown. She ran the fastest section in the race. So, and finished the race very nice. And today's New South Wales going, a little bit of doubt. The wet track, a little bit of doubt. But if you can get through that, she's going to be very, very competitive in this race. Yeah.
And she was 60 to 1 on debut there at Sandown, but you obviously thought enough of her to take her there. Did she surprise you quite how well she went?
Well, she'd been going all right, Cal. We're going down back to Melbourne. It was a 3-year-old race. And we thought, well, that's a great. And we'll just give her a crack and give us a bit of an idea where we stand with her. And she comes through terrific. Yeah.
She got back a little bit there. Joy's a touch sticky here. Where would you like to see it?
Yeah, we've probably gone up a bit touch closer here today. I don't think you should worry anyway. Just through the track conditions, that sort of thing, to be a bit handier on the parents.
Looks hard to beat. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Good on you.
She is by the Super Sire in Pride in Dubai. She was bred by Emirates Park, and the owners at Emirates Park as well. So a nice little tie in there with his stable start. Obviously, it was quite good. So only had the one start and closed off really well there down at Sandown over 1300. Gets, as you said, Carla, $61 chance that day. She's on screen there now. She's our second favourite at $3.40. I'm with her. I've put her on top. Quismar from the 3, a Claire Awesome. The 4 and the 12. So 2, 3, 4 and 12. Quismar is 298 to 340. A Claire Awesome inside draw 440 to 460. I don't know if the inside draw is going to be that advantageous at the moment, although a previous winner did. 360 to 260. So it's the money horse, the 4. Breezy Bron for sure. Not much else to report there. Sister Shay, $10 out to 11. So 4, 2, 3 and 1 as far as the market goes. Quismar, you like it as well?
Yeah, I do. I really think her form sticks out. I'm surprised to see the drift, which always worries you a little bit, but I saw nothing wrong with her debut effort. As I said, she got back and had to chase down the horses that were up on the speed, and she just couldn't run down the first 2. But I think this is certainly much easier. Needs to get through the soft going, but they're all unknown here. From the 4, Breezy Bond, every one of her runs have been good. Not surprised to see her right in the market. I am surprised to see her $2.60 though. The 11 I threw in for third, Sister Shay. I thought the fact that this horse, after pulling hard last start, could still knuckle down and find the line very well to run second, indicates that she's still learning and can only be better with a bit more race experience. And in for fourth, I put the 3, Claire Awesome. Coming back the grade from an effort at Newcastle last start, which I did think was playing, but her first start prior to that was good.
Quaddie time. So this is race 4. Starts off our quaddie, so get them on. You've got about a minute and a half. The first leg here, I've made it 2, 3, 4 and 12. 7, 9, 14 and 4. And then I've gone 4, 14, 8, 9. And then the last race, 4, 9, 18 and 12. And the 4 just loads up into the gates. It's one of the horses I've got in my numbers. And that is Breezy Bond.
Yeah, well, the first leg just went the 2 and 4 here. The second and third legs I thought were the hardest one to go quite wide. So I went 2, 7, 10, 1, and I threw in the 14 Southern Dancer. The third leg 6, 5, 14, 8, and threw in the 9 Fox Appeal and the 15 Steeps Way in the last leg. All eggs in one basket. Oh, that's wrong there. So I've just gone one out of the 4.
Yeah, you just went to 4 in the last Ascot. Now, what we do want to report with this track soft, I've got a bit of a talk to the jockeys. They reckon it might even get a little bit worse, but the rain sort of comes and goes. We just have to see what we're going to get after the last when it was sort of forecast to rain a fair bit. But, you know, we're probably going to be downgraded again for tomorrow. One of the jockeys handed me their colours after an earlier race. They were absolutely soaked. So you've got to take your hat off to them, all the staff around there, the stewards, all the race club officials, because they're doing this today under very trying circumstances.
Yeah, as you mentioned, at least they get a little bit of reprieve here and there, which they are currently getting right now. The rain has held off a little bit, but you're right, when it is coming down, it's quite heavy, and I would be surprised if we weren't on a heavy track.
So we're about to all be locked away for this first leg of the quaddie race number 4. Our favourite is number 4, which is Breezy Bond, well supported from the Craig Weeding stable, draws nicely. Claire Fashion, who draws inside it, is our $4.80 third favourite, and at $3.30 is the original favourite, Quismar. First leg of the quaddie time here at Aubry.
3:30, Quismar, 480, a Claire Awesome. In goes School Fees, Smart Colour to complete the line. Comes up to the outside gate for Matt Carl. And we'll be ready to go. Race 4, the Habitat Planning Super Maiden Showcase Handicap. $50,000 race. First leg of the quaddie and the red light's on. Stand by. Ready to break. The line looks pretty good. Gates open. They're racing. They're making a really good line and a Claire Awesome. Off the inside was the way to a great start. Jellic Knight showing pace. So too Sister Shay with Ginny's Halo. And they're followed by Champagne Pink, who's going to settle about fifth, followed by, further back, then runs Smart Colour out a bit deep on the outside of School Fees. Breezy Bond, the favourites about midfield, a length and a quarter, 2 to 5, followed by Desert Oval, further back Manu. And Quismar is a long way back in the race, third the last from Bianchi, and Madam Does Fly is the last one. So they've got 8.50 to run, and Ginny's Halo leads by a length for Sister Shay. A Claire Awesome running third from Night. Smart Colour is up the fifth on the outside of a favourite, Breezy Bond. 2 lengths further back, the Champagne Pink, covered up by School Fees, defying the inside followed by Desert Oval, and then comes Kismo, who's a long way back in the race with Manu and Bianchi, and Madam Does Fly, 500 to go, and Ginny's Halo has the lead here. Smart Colour Out Deep is coming with a run before the turn, and Sister Shay's right in the mix as they straighten up. A Clear Awesome back to the inside and further back to Desert Oval, and Breezy Bond's trying to pick up towards the inside. Sister Shay goes up the Ginny's Halo. A Clear Awesome's right there along the inside from Breezy Bond. Then comes Desert Oval. A Clear Awesome hits the front here from Sister Shay. Breezy Bond is coming late on the outside, but a Clear Awesome nicely clear. And a Clear Awesome beats Sister Shay. Breezy Bond further Desert Oval, followed by Defying from Kismar. Further back then came Angelic Knight. Madam Does Fly from Manuan. Ginny's Halo Smart Colour. A long way back was Bianchi with School Feeds, and Champagne Pink towards the tail.
Well, Harry Coffey riding at Aubry for the first time from barrier 1 gets the job done on this Daughter of Pirata for Matthew Smith. She has paid $4.10. Sister Shay was good again at $2.50 a Breezy Bond, and Desert Open pretty good there as well. So 3.11.
No, the track is a little dicey, Frank. It rained. It must be heavy right now.
Yeah, good to see.
Must be heavy. So that'll make an effect. But that is very close, Frank. That's very close. All right, this is what we have for the fifth one. It's again a 900 meter. And what we have here is that 2 is the favorite, and then 3, 4, 5, and 3. If that's the odd, 2, 5, 4, and 3. 2 is looking good. If we look through the rails, 2 is there. Okay, 2 is there. 2 has adequate pressure. Everything is okay. It should be all right. I don't think there is a problem with 2. 2 should not lose unless the management sucks. Unless they default, 2 should not be losing. 5 and 4, these 2 are neutral horses. So only God knows what they will be able to do. They should be getting a place, and they are rightly in a position where people have chosen to give them a place. 5 and 4 are place. But will it work as a queen, as a try? I doubt. That will not work. 2 independently should be winning, but 5-4. I don't know whether a queen or a try will work. That's something I don't know. What might happen? You know, if we look through the rails, the 9 comes up. The 9 is not going to leave it. 9 is not going to leave it. 9 will be there in some way or form. How, if we look at how that thing has been placed, it is right after the linear. Linear is 7. Okay. 7 is the linear. 7 is that's a 3-year-old filly, which is the highest handicapping. That's the linear. So the 7 is there, but when we look at the pressure points, that's too much for this horse. But it's a benchmark 64, so that's also a point. And that 7 is the linear. That 7 is the best horse, hands down. That 7 is the best horse. It's not there within the odds, but that's the linear. It's a 900 meters, so if we look at the advantages, the 9 definitely has advantage. Why 9 is because we get a very strong advantage on this horse, 67%, which is there. We also get a 57 on the 7, but that's based on only 7 races. So then it is 29, which is based on 28 races. So that's a lot of advantage, and that thing has advantage. That's a 4-year-old mare. It has advantage through the handicapping. There's there. The gate is 8, and then if we try and relate, then there's the 6-year-old gilding from gate number 9 with a huge weight, which is it is carrying 62 kilograms. So that, I don't know what might happen, but bottom line is that 9 is there in some way or the other. 2 is good. 2 should win. If 2 loses, then that'll be a shame. I'm going to go with 2, and we'll see what happens. Having said that, that linear 7, they have the same pressure. The only thing is, this is BB, which means it has science, and we've got it's a better calibrated horse, and this one is not. The 7 is not, but it is still a linear. So not getting a place is for a linear is going to be very surprising. We'll see what they have to say about the 7. The 7 is a check. The 9 is a check. 2 should be winning. There is no threat. 7 is not in a winning position. 9 is also not in a winning position. 2 is good. And these they cannot win. They are neutral horses. So 2 is rightfully the right favorite. 2 should win. We'll see how it works. I'm going to go with 2 if the 2 doesn't get tailed. Seven of 5. Five is neutral. 5 is neutral. 7 is a threat. It's the only disadvantage with the 7 is it is not within the rails. It's from gate number 6. But even if it is from gate number 6, it as a linear, I mean, we'll see what they have to say. Let's listen to these guys. What they have to say about the 7. That's also, I'm a little surprised why that 7 is not there. I mean, technically, 7 is if we are looking at the card, 7 is not in a winning position, but that does not mean that it will not get a place, especially when there are 2 neutrals in there. Five is weird.
Slightly arrogant goes back to the rails at Benedict, surrender the leader. The beater Shaggy, Skyhook and slightly arrogant is surging.
I'm going to go with 2 if the 2 doesn't get tailed. It's
He also wants me today give us a bit of confidence because As he was very unlucky the other day. He got still hit a couple of times and came back without him he should have won there. So that gives us a bit of confidence going into next week. It's just one of those years, isn't it? You have to understand that. Apart from Chris Lee's horse, he's won three. He's probably got the best form. Randy, the 2-year-old. And, he only beat our bloke half a neck the other day to Randwick. So it tells us everyone's in with the chance. Luck of the day will play a big part. He's going to absolutely blitz them, and she wins a slipper from Washington the late falls. The Capitalist draws down the slipper. Capitalist takes it out. Capitalist for Blake Shed's taken out the slipper.
You've won it twice with Seek Boy and Capitalist, and that's so important because you know exactly what sort of horse it takes to win the race.
Wish I had him this year. I can't see any horse be next for the class this year, but it's very easy to see if everyone.
What sort of horses were they, and what sort of horse do you need?
You need a horse that's got through based on speed and more track conditions and a good turn of foot. Special sort of horses, and that's what makes it different because everyone's been a little winner every week. So it's just a very even year, and good luck to everyone's got a horse in it.
Overall, you've downsized in numbers recently, looking more quality than quantity.
Yeah, that's the part now. To try and make it a bit less stressful. Big numbers, it's got staff issues, you've got horse problems, you've got everything happening. But I've been in this game a long time now. I've never put my head up and breathe at all for a long time. Moved to Sydney to try and have 20 or 30 horses, then turned into 120 after 4 months. So it's about time I took a step back. I still enjoy what I do. I love what I do. Just a team of about 60.
As at Newcastle 5,
Really good staff now.
race 5.
Still hands on. I remember a year or two ago we were out there doing a story on another trainer, and you had the shovel in hand. You were doing your best.
If you look at me, you tell me I'll be in the watch player, just got a horse off the trail, hose it down. So I enjoy that. I love being part of the whole atmosphere of the races. So
Winners have been coming, which is the most important thing.
yeah, it's always good to get them. And it's hard work. Hard for everyone. There's probably got less numbers that don't come as frequently, but we've got a nice team building now. And for the future.
As fit as ever, and you're as popular as ever with owners, I would imagine. There's no end in sight for you, is it?
No. I enjoy what I do. It's been racing, been very good to me. And,
Kyneton,
had a wonderful life.
let's do the Newcastle here. We're getting into the paddock, Azhar. We're getting into the paddock.
What a wonderful man he is, Peter Snowden. There, he's trained the likes of Seaboy and Capitalist. That just goes to show what a stallion-making race that the Golden Slipper is. It's fast, it's ferocious, and it is a wide-open market this year. Wotan on top at $4.80. It's hoping to hold off Tempted at $5. Skyhook $8.50. And we're out at $10. We've got Rivellino and Mahuna, who's an interesting one. Could that quite nicely. $12 Devil Knight, and Within the Law. North England is at $19. As we move now on to Tycoon Star at $19. Quietly Arrogant, who Peter Snowden is training this year at $26. Joining it, Bella Zane, the filly who is built more like a colt, according to Neil Payne from the Waterhouse Fox stable, and Military Tycoon at $26. So $31 or more for the rest of the market there in the Golden Slipper, which graces the Rose Hill Turf this Saturday. It's a very big race day. 5 good ones. You don't want to miss it. Of course, you can catch all the action here across the Sky Racing Network. All right, let's turn our attention now to Newcastle. Race 5 is upon us. It is the first quaddy leg, a sprint over the 900 metres, a benchmark 64, where Coco is the $2.90 favourite, drifting from $2.50. Insist is popular, $8 out to into $3.50. Ride the River $4.40 to $4. So well backed in Insist, $8.50 to $3.50. Best backed in the field. Let's head over to Newcastle to have a look at the yard. Here's Gab Carmody and Melinda Turner.
Race number 5 here from Newcastle today to kick off the first leg of the quaddie. The Tabat benchmark 64 over the 900 metres. No scratchings, field of 9 to line up. We start the parade with 1, Oceans 1, a $13 chance. Molly Burke takes 1.5 off, or Edo Raw.
He's had 2 solid runs back. He was caught wide the trip first up at Canterbury, and he took a while to hit top gear last start Stone under the big weight of 61.5 kilos. He's got a big weight to carry. It's been a long time since he's won a race. I'd be happy to risk him here today, but he is working towards an improved performance here third up into the campaign.
Curl's been well back at this point, 340 as it stands into 290 for Paul Perry and Mitch Stapleford.
Well, he's the track specialist. Both of his career wins have been here at Newcastle over 900 metres. He's been so consistent all preparation without winning. He had to get off heels here last start behind the eventual winner, Power of the Brave, and it probably cost him the win. He's well placed again today with the claim for Mitch Stapleford, and he lacks no fitness.
Number 3, that is skiing. First up on the break for Robert Quinn and Tom Sherry.
He's first up after 6 months off the scene. He looks like he'll take a nice natural improvement fitness-wise. He's been trialling up really well, though. He's had 2 trials. He was beaten a length and a half in his latest trial at Warwick Farm, where he got back and lengthened nicely. He'll certainly want further what he finds himself in here today, but if the leaders overdo it, he's one of the run-on horses.
On to ride the river we go. This is the $4 chance with Ewan Baker and Josh Parr.
Yeah, this was the horse that I was happy to land on. He was the runner-up 2 runs ago at Warwick Farm behind Misty Legend, where he set up outside the leader. Misty Legend's gone on to be placed again since. He was ridden with a sit last start at Warwick Farm. I just think with Redetta being climbed up between runners, he's absolutely gleaming in the coat. He comes back in grade. I hope they ride him a little more forward when he can settle up outside the leader. He broke his maiden here going back some time ago, and he looks a picture in the yard.
Okay, now on to the second leg. This is Insist number 5, who is resuming. Tommy Berry riding for Michael Friedman.
He resumes a gelding today. There was good money for him when markets first opened, and I can see why off his trials. He was beaten 3/4 of a length in his first trial and a length in his latest trial. That was an open trial where he finished a length behind Omni Man and Drifting. That's good enough form for a race like this. He was placed 2 from 3 last preparation, and he draws to get the beautiful camp here behind the speed.
Number 6 is Movin' Denman. It's had an outstanding preparation, albeit an easier grade, but Rod Olsen trains Will Stanley is on board.
You're right. He's been placed in all 7 runs this preparation. He's a last start winner here where he defeated Parker Falls. That was 8 weeks ago, but he looks as though he's been kept right up to the mark fitness-wise. He doesn't hold a lot of excess condition. He's well placed today with the claim for Will Stanley, and he's all toughness.
Two Gun Lovely, number 7, a $26 chance for Scott Singleton and Christian Reeves.
She's a speedy filly, and that's her biggest asset. She's first up without a trial, and I can see why they haven't trialled her. She's a horse that doesn't hold a lot of excess condition, but I will say she's actually strengthened a little since I saw her last campaign. They'll let her roll to the front and see if she can hang on. She won 3 from 7, and she looks a treat.
Sabuko is number 8, it's $17 for Todd Howlett and Bray Knock.
He's had 2 runs for the new stable. He worked across to lead last start at Randwick, where he just tired late. That was in Tab Highway Company. Prior to that, I thought he actually ran very well in a benchmark 74, where he finished 3rd at Port Macquarie. He's drawn a little sticky here today, so I just don't know where he gets to from the gate, but the claim certainly helps offset that.
And One Kind is the last of them for Alan Keogh and Anna Roper.
And he resumes without a trial. She races very well fresh, and she does race well here at 900 metres. She's probably better suited when she can get a toe in the ground, so I just want to have a look at her here today.
Favorite into 280 here, Curl from 340, Insist 330, second elect, and Ride the River occupies the third line of betting at $4, and the double figure brigade headed up by One Kind at $12. So Curl, back to the scene of the crime, has had 10 goes here over the 900, 2 wins and 7 minors. Loves his home track, and he loves this trip. And Nathan Perry is out there now with Mel.
Nate, this fellow's been so consistent all preparation. Could today be the day, do you think?
Yeah, I hope so. Like, he's drawn well. He's got the claim with Mitch, and as you say, he's been consistent. He loves his home track and distance. So yeah, hopefully today's the day.
He was probably a touch unlucky here last start. He just had to get off the heels of the eventual winner, and perhaps it cost him, do you think?
Yeah, for sure. Bergen said that. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, you've got a couple other runners. Valentino Prince had a couple of runs back.
Yeah, that's it. He's had a couple of runs back, 3rd up. So hopefully he's fit enough, and yeah, only a small field, so good barrier.
And in the main race, Flying Argyle.
Yeah, look, he's won his last two. Definitely up in class. He's long odds, but he's drawn all right, and his course is going good. So, luck in running, who knows?
Best of luck. Good to see you back at the races.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
There he is, David Perry, with the curl as they head to the start. That terrific record here over this trip. In fact, his last 3 or 4 runs have all been over the 900 here. Second last time to Power of the Brave. He's run well since. Third to Zoe Shark, the stablemate prior to that. And then third to Shall Be a fortnight prior on the 1st of February. But they're heading to the start. There's the favourite on screen. Mel, it is late mail time.
Yeah, I thought this race was one of the more open races of the day. I have left my numbers the same as this morning, 4, 5, 2 and 3. No reason to get off Ride the River. He paraded an absolute picture. I just feel like he can run up to his run 2 runs ago at Warwick Farm behind Misty Legend. That should hold him in good stead for a race like this. I don't know how they're going to ride him, but I'm hoping that they are positive early. I just think Rosanna being back towards the inside in between runners when they took the sit last start there at Warwick Farm. Back in grade, soft barrier, and he's a winner here in the past. The 5 Insist has come back in good order. He's trialled up very well. His latest trial was very encouraging behind Omni Man and Drifting. Here's another one that looks an absolute picture. The 2 Curl, he lacks no fitness. He draws barrier 1, which can be a hindrance at times. He's probably a horse that needs to get momentum. That probably cost him here last start when he was in on the fence, hemmed away, but he's showing no signs of training off. He runs his best races here, and he is beautifully placed with the Claim for Mitch Stableford and the 3 Scheme. He'll take nice natural improvement from the outing, but he's trialled up well and he'll be hitting the line late if the leaders overdo it. 4, 5, 2 and 3.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to line up that form from Victoria the Skiing. That's where he was formerly trained. I haven't seen him since the 1st of September last year. We ran 2nd at Geelong over 13.25.
Okay, so they're emphasizing on the 4 for 2 reasons. One, it is in the best hands. All right, that's the best hands. It's a neutral in this race, but if this was not a benchmark 64 and this was a grade above, there it will not be neutral. The 5 is a neutral here, there, everywhere. The 4 is in very good hands. That's why they are emphasizing on the 4. So the neutrals, they don't win, but they do get in. I'm going to go with 2.
The pony there. She was always a lightly framed filly. She had good tactical speed going back last preparation, but she's come back a stronger filly this preparation. She probably finds a strong race here today, but interested to see how she goes because she's certainly come back a stronger, more finished product this campaign.
Okay, now in terms of the quaddie, this of course to kick off the first leg of the quaddie. I think you put the first 3 selections in here.
Yeah, I did. 4, 5 and 2. So top 3 in the market I've included here in the first leg of the quaddie. Shorter in the next leg, just the 1 and the 2. So Koyos and Presides in the second leg. Third leg, which is our feature, I've got 3, 5 and 9. I think Machelade looks hard to beat, but I've also included French Ruler and also Arthalon for some insurance. And it's a really, really wide race for last. I've got 5 selections there. Numbers are 8, 2, 10, 6 and 14 in that last leg, plus 1 over 1,400. I think we can follow a couple of horses out of that race. It looks to be a pretty strong form race.
Best back runner, the upcomer, well, it was Curl, but now Late Money Insist first up from a break. And that stable's having a great trot in Michael Friedman. Tommy Berry looking for a double today. Does the steering. Hasn't raced since November. 2 trials. And he returns here over the 900 metres. He won at Kembla back in September. That was his maiden victory over the 1,000 metres before going to town and then back to the provincials before a break. As I say, though, that stable going great guns.
Yeah, they are. And like I said, his latest trial was pretty smart behind Omni Man, who's obviously a 7 times winner of Drifting, has won 3 from 8, including a Group 3. So
3 has been given on the jockey on the 3 is good. The jockey on the 3 is very good.
And indeed he is.
Lewis 4. Welcome back, Lewis.
There's Insist, who is about to go up into line. Upstairs we go. Here's the 5th with Luke.
Getting these up. 2 done, lovely. He's coming along. Next one in will be Sabuko. And that will leave One Kind and Oceans One to complete the line for race number 5 here at Newcastle. Windy conditions here at the track. Red light activated. 900 metre sprint. They're all set. Ready. And racing now. Missing it was Skiing. Jumping fast in the centre. Too Darn Lovely's going to rush to the lead. From on the outside, One Kind, Oceans One. And Ride the Rivers railing through to be fourth. Then Curl Resist, followed by Move and Denman. Sabuko and Skiing up to the home turn. Too Darn Lovely. Speeds up to the 450 metres, leading Oceans One. One Kind, Resist behind those. Then Curl and Skiing down on the fence. Into the straight they come. Oceans One has hit the front from Too Darn Lovely. One Kind, Curl in behind them, and Resist is starting to sprint down the outside. Here comes Resist. Letting go with a big run, 100 metres to go. Ride the River tries to go with it. It's Resist and Ride the River. Resist with the head in front. Ride the River's going to make it down it. Just one Insist. Just one, I think, on the outside.
Four.
Insist by about a short half head on Ride the
Four,
River.
four.
All the way up the straight. One Kind, I think, has run third. Not sure about fourth. Curl, Skiing, Moving, Denman. Too Darn Lovely. Then Oceans One. And Sabuko's run last.
That was a good old-fashioned ding-dong go, but to say the least, Right the River on the inside made Insist earn it. Most of it came away. They went tooth and nail, did they?
5, man.
Looking at the inside horse with his bally face, with the outside horse with the blaze, will just get you, Mel. 5 will win it. And that was Insist will defeat a very, very gutsy Ride the River. 9 winds up in third spot. One Kind and 3 Skiing was 4th.
Yeah, I thought they'd fight it out, and it went right down to the wire. Insist was always travelling off the hot tempo, resumed a gelding today. He'd put the right in the wall at the trial. He'd run up to those, win number 2 at start number 7. But Ride the River was gallant in defeat. He never travelled over the 900. He was niggled at to keep in contact with them, and he's battled on bravely there for second position. One Kind has returned in good order into third position, and 4th will go the way of the 3, which is Skiing. He'll be better suited when he gets out over a little bit further, but he's returned in good order. Insist returned to gelding here today, and he's aided by a nice ride from Tommy Berry.
Yeah, Ben Dubbo's had a busy week. It's the barrier draw Tuesday, Wyong yesterday. Here today, to be looking forward
It's
to
disastrous,
Saturday,
man.
but here with Insist today, what a nice return.
Yeah, it's always good to chat to you. Great to get the win first up. Sort of repeated his effort last preparation. He was able to knock off a win first up, so it's good to see him be sharp enough to win over 900 metres today.
He's a nice horse, isn't he?
Yeah, he's come back gelded this prep and he's really sort of switched on. It's pretty straightforward. So very competitive there. You saw when he was sort of coming to a line, he just didn't want to give it up. So he got to the right spot. So credit to Tommy on that one, and yeah, very happy with it.
Of course, on your inside, mate, you earn it, but you could see he just really wanted it on the outside, didn't he?
Yeah, like I said, he's just competitive. He's really courageous there, and yeah, got the job done.
Sabre's having a great try.
Yeah, hopefully we continue into the weekend, so fingers crossed.
Bet you can't wait to get the Rose Hill Saturday.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Try and continue this winning streak, but yeah, all
A
done.
freaking idiot was stuck at the rails, man.
50-76 overall and 32-72 over the last 600 metres. Short head by 1 3/4. Wasn't a great deal of it when the line was reached. The other horse Ride the River went to
Bye.
Josh Parr. It's very gallant. They actually made their runs together.
Yeah, they did. Ride the River just never travelled coming back.
5, 4, 9.
After a few runs over the 1,000 in this preparation, unlike Insist, who just travelled that little more kinder. Insist looked to have him cold, but Ride the River, in his defence, fought on bravely there for second position. But this fellow, like I said, returned to gelding today. He tried up very
Yeah,
sharply.
that's Newcastle. That's something that happens here.
I think he can go on with now. Insist. Likewise, Ride the River. He will be fine for another race.
Short head by 1 3/4. Tommy Berry brings up a winning double.
So what happened?
I think it was earlier today.
So what happened? The 2 got stuck at the rails. The 9 was there in each and every form. So the 9 got through. 5 and 4 both were neutrals. They don't get in. They don't get in. So how did that happen? Because of 2 getting into the rails. But why did 2 get into the rails? Five, 4, 9 and what? 5, 4, 9 and 3. So everybody won except the favorite. Everybody got through except the favorite. If we look at the odds, the 9 I can accept. That was a check. The 7 didn't get through, which was the linear. The 2 did not get through, which was the favorite. Welcome to Newcastle. Everybody got through except the favorite. Except the favorite. Not even in the top 4. This is why I hate to race here. This is exactly the reason. 3, 5, 6 all scratched. Race number 6. 1, 2, 4 and 7.
Yeah, really, yeah, I think, she's probably a better considered race there. I know it's only 900, but she's nice and fresh, so I considered her in the Bandaga.
In one of our most open races of the day, I've gone 2, 7, 10, 1, so hard to feel confident in any of them, but happy to give the 2 Avon View a chance coming right back in grade. Well weighted after the claim, and hearing from Paul Jones earlier, a bit closer in the run. The 7, Sydney Galleon for second. The 10, Philadelphia Storm, I think is an improver here. And the 1, Bombi, I've put in for fourth. Super consistent. Graham, your late mail?
Yeah, I like Sydney Gal as well. I think it'll be hard to beat. I've made it 7 on top from the 9, Washington the 4, which is Sorry Sunshine, and the 14, Southern Dancer. The rain continues to fall. 2 feature races are the next 2, the Aubry Mile and also the City Handicap. Ascot are our favourite.
Adaman, welcome back. Frank 9.
But this is the moment. It's one of the ones that has been back. Heavy rain now here at Aubry. Stay tuned. We'll get more word from the stewards as we get into the thick end of the program here. Southern Dancer just on screen there, one of 2 runners for the Colvin stable. We'll head up to James for the call of race 5.
Problem with a horse they're looking to back out here. That's number 16. Okay, so now Avon View was fractures in the gates, being backed out, and they're undergoing a defence examination. Avon View, and they're just backing out the 2 runners either side of Avon View. So Avon View, Sean 7. So they're backing out Leon Shout in 8. And also Philadelphia Storm. So Avon View, fractures in the gates, will undergo a vet examination and has been backed out now. So the vet will run the eye over Avon View here. And Leon Shout, Philadelphia Storm have also been backed out. Southern Dancer still to move up. So it's out, Avon View out at 4:20. Late scratching. 4:20. On vet's advice, Avon View is out. Became fractures in the gates, it's been taken out. My stewards acting on vet's advice. Up goes Philadelphia Storm and Southern Dancer to complete the line. Avon View a late scratching. Southern Dancer well in the market here. The second favourite goes forward. Sydney Gal the favourite. 1600 the trip. 11 going round. Red lights on. Stand by. Racing in driving rain now. They're away in racing. Dolores off the inside away to a really good start. So Sunshine's not far away. And Crompy's pushing forward. And what will be a Coodle out deep is going forward, being followed by the favourite Sydney Gal, who's going to posse up in a nice position. Just been passed by Washington. And they're followed by Daily Heads, Philadelphia Storm, hardest next to last. And Southern Dancer drops out to last, 7 off the lead, 1200 to go. Dolores by half a length to Crompy. One of the Poodle runs third, and Washington is up in the top 4 on a slightly wide run. They're followed by Sorry Sunshine, who's on the outside of the favourite Sydney Gal as they put the 1,000 behind them. Leon Shout in the back half of the field, followed by Artist. Philadelphia Storm, Daily Heads out deep. Southern Dancer, the last one in a pretty compact field. 850 metres to go. One of the Poodle out wide goes up with Washington. Crompy's running about third. Dolores the inside. Sydney Gal's had a nice trip behind them, covered up by Sorry Sunshine, and then Leon Shout, followed by Philadelphia Storm. Artist under pressure, well back Southern Dancer, who is towards the tail end of the field there with Daily Heads as they straighten up now, and Washington goes for home from one of the Poodle. Dolores the inside, then Crompy. They're followed by Sorry Sunshine, working into it well. Sydney Gal behind them, trying to pick up from Philadelphia Storm, and Southern Dancer right down the outside. Sorry Sunshine hits the front from Washington, then Philadelphia Storm. Sydney Gal still running on. Further back, Southern Dancer. It's Washington. Philadelphia Storm the outside, and Sorry Sunshine. Sorry Sunshine and Philadelphia Storm on the outside. Philadelphia Storm gets up the winner from Sorry Sunshine. Washington third, Sydney Gal fourth. Then Southern Dancer, followed by, further back in the race game, Artist, Leon Shout, being followed by Crompy, Dolores, one of the Poodle. Daily Heads, the last one home.
Well done to the owners. I know some of them, Shane White and the crew. Well done, boys. Finally gets it. This horse had really good form as a younger horse, but that's only his third win now. Gary's stable foreman, Brad Witt, has a lot to do with this horse. And Brad's partner, of course, Carly Prater, has ridden this horse to victory. That'll mean a lot for them today. At $19.70, sorry, Sunshine Gallon, wasn't it? Really good run, 240. Washington, 220. And Sydney Gal, every chance. I thought it was going to loom up and do it, but sorry, Sunshine, the horse to follow. Philadelphia Storm ticks over 100 and about 180,000 now. Well done to the owners.
Yeah, I think that was the toughest horse that could get through the going there. It looked like a real slogfest, didn't it? And as you can see from the jockeys, they're all covered in mud. So it's certainly conditions out there now, although we're only on a soft set.
I don't want to talk about scams, Aroman. I think we've just been a victim of one.
Victoria, and it was really well supported first up.
I mean, this is why I kind of like to stick to the prime tracks, you know.
And he never really came up or did a lot.
This is exactly why I like to stick to the prime tracks. You play at Flemington, you play at Randwick. Doomben is good, but you know, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. All right, so we are the sixth one. If you look at the odds 1, 2, 4, and 7. So if we look at the rails, then 2 and 1 are within the rails. The 7 is the next. And that 4 is the neutral. This is a 1200 meter, and I don't know what they will do. That 8 is right below the linear, so that 8 is generally an EW position, and it tails 1, which is the favorite, I think. So this is generally an EW position. The 4 is neutral, the 8 is an EW position. But here is the thing, they're like 70% drifting out. 2 is 43% drifting out. This track will do whatever they want to do. If we look at the pressure points, honestly speaking, that 2 is in a better position. If I had to put money on this race, that would be 2. But I'm not going to put in money. Not anymore. I placed 2 bets today here, and this was one, and the other one was the first one where I placed a bet with EW with a 5, but it did not work. Anyway, so we'll not get there. The 2 is good. The 2 is good, but they're drifting out. It's a dysfunctional team. All of them are dysfunctional team. But here we've seen what happens with a dysfunctional team. These people, they had a dysfunctional team. The 4 and the 5, they were pretty neat. that happened. The only thing that worked was that 9, and I have no reason. I couldn't find any reason to why that 2 will not win. But it did not win. We are at Newcastle, so things will happen. So now we are assuming that 2 and 1 is the favorite, out of which 1 is the the 1 is the favorite. I think 2 is in better position. It's a 1200 meter, so I like the 7 as well. The 7 is in good hands. 4 also is in good hands. But that's all speculation.
Slightly weaker race here. Pre-sides is $3 to $2.70.
I don't know. I lost that Kyneton feed. They should come up.
See how they're parading.
The moment it comes up, I'll put it on. I'll put it on.
Hughes, $1.70 here. Koyos is the favourite. TAB number 1 for Sarah Ryan.
I'll put it on.
Just saying, 4-year-old pending, and it's hard to knock his record. 6 starts for a win and 3 minor placings. Presides the second leg coming off placings recently, or going back to July, and also this prep at Kembla is going for Mitch Beer and Tommy Berry. It's 650 about Keep Adam ahead of the.
Not showing it for some reason. We lost that feed, but the moment I get it back, I'll put it on.
Behind Tender, very far behind Wicked Gal, sat just behind the speed and was beaten about 1.6 lengths. So back to provincial grade, he's going to take a power of beating. On the presides we go. Here is the 2.
Adamant, the best probably is to stick to Aubry. Aubry is good.
So Tommy Berry, Tommy's had a double today, and he's shooting for his third winner.
Might be a few races here and there, but they're usually very fair. That track is very fair track.
He'll appreciate the step up to 1200 meters. So he looks an
We are at a very wrong place. We shouldn't have been here.
For this is Keep Adam a $6.50 chance.
I get very depressed.
And like the favourite,
I don't know, depressed may not be the right word. I get hopeless.
He travelled very keenly back in the field, and then he was left flat-footed at the top of the straight when the rest of the field sprinted. But I actually really like the way he found the line to be beaten 5 lengths.
Man, I don't know. I mean, see, this is exactly why there has to be a way. There is no way you can discuss. You cannot pinpoint this. You know, there's no. If this was a cricket, if this was a game of cricket, everything is going to be out in the newspapers that this happened, that happened. He did that. The referee said so. But in this case, there's nothing. They just get away with whatever they want to do.
His 27 start for 1-0 and reached just.
Today without a trial. Also, he's been unplaced first up from 3 attempts, and he did break.
If this was cricket, boxing, anything else, there's going to be a huge ruckus on everything.
me actually. Not dissimilar
They cannot move their head.
to the Corinda by Sean Driver.
But here,
Well, this isn't round the back. This one's more on the top. It's sort of a
Are you
wave,
having a
wave or something. I don't quite know.
Do you know a hairdresser? Do you know a hair?
I could put him in touch with one who can do the job, and he's only got a couple of days. So Private Harry goes around in a Galaxy on Saturday. He'd better get to the salon. $1.65, Koyos favourite here over presides, but keep Adam occupying that third line of team and sits at $7. Keep Adam. It's going to say back in October. One trial back. That was the Hawkesbury on February 24. Gelding by pending, chasing his second win. He's only likely races at the 2 starts. He lines up for his third go today. We'll get those late mail numbers ahead of race number 6 here. This favourite, $1.65. The other one, though, presides, has been very, very solid.
Yeah, I thought it was a race in 2. I've included just those 2 in the market. I've ordered them 1, 2, 4 and 7. Happy to be with Koyos. He was narrowly beaten 2 runs ago at Canterbury and luckless last start at Warwick Farm, where he was beaten a length and a half. He was checked at a vital stage, but like the way he found the line late, he comes back in grade here today. The 2 presides, he's a former Godolphin galloper. He's had 1 run for the new stable. He had to go back from the wide gate, but love the way he tapped the line late. Over the 1,000 metres, he'll appreciate the step up to 1,200. Tommy was aboard him first up, and he rides him again here today. The 4, Keep Adam, is the horse I'm interested in to see how he goes. I thought it was a funny trial at Hawkesbury.
Let's hear from Nathan Doyle. He's got a big 48 hours coming up, of course, with Private Harry going to the Galaxy. But first and foremost, Melly's got Keep Adam in the upcomer.
Yeah, Nate, let's start with Keep Adam. What did you make of his trial? It looks a funny run trial.
He hasn't got much upstairs. He's got the monkey playing a tambourine. That's about it. He's always a little bit tardy away and can lose a little bit of concentration, but because he hasn't got much upstairs, he's very tough, and I think he'll make it as a racehorse because of that. He'll be naturally tardy away, he'd probably be out the back last, but he won't have to make up too much ground, and I think he can run well.
Yeah, you think 1,200 will be short of his best, but in a race that doesn't have a lot of depth, you think he should be a place chap, so you think?
Yeah, definitely. And once he gets out the 1,400 mile, it's probably when you see the best of him, but nice stuff.
You give Overriding another go in the championship qualifier. What did you make of him here last time?
Yeah, it's a bit indifferent. When he got back and set at 300, he had him covered, and she sort of floated the last furlong. Maybe the quick backup. She was unlucky at Hawkesbury and hadn't got out, and thought I would give it a 7-day turnaround, and maybe that was the case. So we've got 20 days between runs now. Hopefully that's a difference. I think she's a lot better ridden quiet, and there's not a lot of speed in the race, so that's going to be difficult.
It's a big day on Saturday for our Newcastle trainers. Private Harry, how is he?
Yeah, he's in terrific order. Can't fault him. It's been a seamless preparation, 2 trials. He's going to be Tuesday with Super, so it's all up to him now. Good gate, he'll roll forward, put himself in the race, and hopefully he can put himself on.
You've got a few other runners. Just want to touch on Woolawin. You're elected to scratch from today.
I think she's a top chance on Saturday. It's barrier 14, and we're sort of going between one run, sort of one trial, and it's going to be difficult from out there. She's going to be trapped deep, we're doing a lot of work, and if she got a truck and a little bit fresh, it's going to make it difficult. So at the 1,200, not as strong, probably group 3, and just a bit suitable for her, and if she can get a bit of black type on pedigree, I thought it was the right way to go.
Good luck, Kim.
Thank you.
There is Nathan Doyle. Speaking of Keep Adam here, here comes this race. First up from a break, the favourite heads off to the start, turned up again into $1.55. Just got the feeling, speaking to Sarah Ryan earlier on, when you pressed her about the 3 favourites that she saddles up today, we've had one, but she seemed keen on Koyos and Matcha Latte in particular.
Yeah, she did. I thought this fellow looked very, very hard to beat. He looks very, very progressive. He's been placed 2 from his last 3. Very impressive to win his maiden at Scone 3 runs ago. Of course, that was a provincial meeting transferred there to Scone. Narrowly beaten 2 starts ago behind Tenderize, and should have finished much closer at Warwick Farm behind Brigadier Gal, beaten a length and a half. So, albeit he is short in the market, small field will be tactical. I expect him probably to have to go back a little way to get in, but being a small field, you would expect he shouldn't be too far off them, I think. His main danger presides, can settle closer in the run now. He gets the advantage of an inside gate and steps to 1,200 metres. He was forced to go a long way back from the barrier at Kembla last start. He is the improver in the race.
Okay, they're at the start and about to go in. So as you say, tactically it can be interesting. These smaller fields, it's hard to not the consistency, is it not, of Presides, who really, really runs a bad race?
Yeah, he's always been a consistent type. He's had the 7 starts for a win and 4 minor placings. Obviously, he was a Godolphin trained galloper last preparation. He's had 1 run for the Mitch Beer stable, and he's got a real knack, Mitch Beer, getting these tribe horses over to his stable, and he generally does get a return fairly quickly.
And indeed he does. So let's keep Adam going around at the start. Favourite now into Tucson in the old Koyos. So market tells you it's one-way traffic. Presides now gets out for 3. And then keep Adam 850. The other trio, Valentino, Prince 14 out for 20. And the other pair are massive odds here. Luger Express 81 and 100 to 1 for Big ISO as they get around to the start. Before Saturday, of course, the Golden Slipper meeting with the 5 Group 1s at Rosehill. You're off to Scone for the Country Championship wild card up there in the Upper Hunter.
Yeah, really looking forward to tomorrow. It's a really good card of racing. Big fields right the way throughout the day. I've got a lot of travelling horses. I've done the majority of the form, and I'll finish that off tonight. Looking forward to the day with Nick Wallace and Greg Bradley.
Up there tomorrow, you'll see it all right here on Sky Thoroughbred Central. Okay, you've got the late mail numbers here. 1, 2, 4, 7. Here is race 6 as they load. Let's go upstairs. Here's Luke.
Keep Adam about to walk forward. Beluga Express and Kiosk to join the line. Kiosk drawn toward the outside here. He moves up. Red light on. Favourites in the gates, and we're ready to go. Racing now. Kiosk jumped away on terms. Presides the inside away fast. Kiosk is going to try and get up outside of him. He's ridden positively here by Bayliss, and he gets to second now. Third was Valentino Prince, behind them in ISO, then Keep Adam. And 2 lengths away last of all, Beluga Express. Presides the leader, running up towards the 800 metres. Half a length in front of the hot pot, that's Kiosk. He's there second, he'll get basically every chance. Valentino Prince is third, Keep Adam on the back of those horses, then in ISO and Beluga Express. They come up towards the home turn, 400 metres left to run. Presides narrowly to Kiosk, who gives him the stare on the turn. And they're together as they enter the home straight. Keep Adam chipping away in third. Early in the straight, it's Presides under the Persuader. Kiosk has just about got to him now, and Kiosk moves up and hits the lead. Gets away from Presides. Valentino Prince, Keep Adam is running a cheeky race. It's Kiosk, 100 to go. He hasn't shaken them off here. Presides is coming back. Kiosk is needing the post. He's hitting the wall. Is he going to scrape in? Oh, he got rolled. He got rolled. How? I'm not sure how, but he has. Dear, oh dear. Presides has come back and beaten Kiosk. As for third, Valentino Prince in ISO. Keep at him.
Well, as Russell Lennon say, if you're on Kiosk at the 200, it was go and find your bookie, but that wasn't to be. Presides gets up on the inside, was worried the short price favourite out of it. By the looks of things, he has, when he had it absolutely shocked to bits. Had him cold, but off the canvas goes Presides to win. Tommy Berry with another winner is third, this time for Mitch Beer. Wins second up over Koyos, who was home and hosed. Third goes the way of Valentino Prince, the one that was pitching inside runs. And in ISO will finish fourth. It's a funny game, this.
Yeah, he showed plenty of grit, didn't he? Presides, he led them up, and it looked as though Koyos had him hold halfway down the running. He got clearly in front.
So that's 2-1, 7.
Back and win for Mitch Beer and Tommy Berry in the saddle. This really good run for Patriot Bloodstock and Mitch Beer continues here. Koyos, he had his chance. He set it up outside the leader. He looked the winner. And I don't know if he had to think about it or if Presides was just too strong in the run home, but he'll have to settle for second today. Valentino Prince is battling okay for third, and in ISO has run fourth.
So the winner comes back, just taking out the sixth event on the program. Not only does he come back to scale, he came back after being clearly headed. And
4 is not there on the top 4. Okay. So that 4 was a neutral. It's not in the top 4. 2 was the linear with the right pressure. If I had to put money, I would have put it on 2. 1 came in. 7 was there, and there was one more which happened, but that's not the point. The 4 is not on the top 4, but here the neutrals won and the favorite lost. How beautiful is that? So they will do what they want to do. Here's the fact. We can't assume which race they are going to play fair and which race they're not going to play fair. That's something that only they know.
He started our short price favourite in the Jockeys Challenge. He had no luck in the first on...
Joel, welcome back. We are taking a lot of beatings, Joel, at Newcastle. I'm taking a lot of beating today. I've taken 2 bets, lost both of them. What an idiot, man.
He's fought on tenaciously to win here because the second horse, Coil, certainly had his measure halfway down the running, but this fellow just showed more grit and determination over the final stages.
Okay, so a couple of happy snaps and Tommy jumps in the picture and he's on his way over to you now. A couple of kisses there at the mouth.
You're getting sick of us, Tommy. Well done. GD for Pat.
Yeah. Well, we decided to try and lead today just to get in front of the favourite, and it was always going to be hard to come off the favourite's back and beat it. But backfired a little bit.
2, 1, 7 and 9.
It waited too long. Once the second horse went past, we put a couple on some, but love his tenacity to fight back and get the job done. But I think from now on, I'll be just better riding a pair or 2 further back, and that's where he's sort of happy to be.
And do you think he get out over a little bit further ridden that way?
Oh, I think so. Look, he's really stable now. Sometimes they change, but this is these guys do an incredible job finding these tried horses, especially from Godolphin, and they're better suited out provincial way and get a little bit of confidence out there and come back to town. So you might see this horse in town in the winter months.
Yeah.
Cheers, thank you.
There's Tommy Berry, of course, which will be at Aubry, of course, for their big 2-day carnival. Okay, that was race number 6 on the program, and we're returning to Newcastle. The feature event of the afternoon, Provincial Midway Championship qualifier, coming up in 26 minutes.
Well, it was another thriller, and Tommy Berry, I think, truly secures the Jockey Challenge there. That is his 3rd win on the Newcastle card. He took out race 3, he took out race 5, and he rides back-to-back winners here to take out the 6th event. So 3 sides, odds of around $3.30, defeated the favourite Koyos, who lost in a head-bobbing finish, and Valentino Prince, who was brave in defeat. So 2-1-7. Aubry next at race 6. 420 favourite Steve's Way. It's an open market. Here's Taylor and Graham.
Races is the Baxter's Concrete Aubry Mile. Pretty open appearance. The top one, Matthew Flinders, big odds. Ned McCarthy, but a good occasion here for young Brittany Bull.
Yeah, definitely. Look, he was an import that's been over here a little while now, but he's yet to record a win in Australia. He's second up, and I thought he's first up run. He did find the line quite well at Wangaratta at a benchmark 70. So he's well placed here. The heavy track's an unknown.
2 Secret Glamour, Nitsu K and Craig Widdowson. Big odds. She's Nick's ridden some winners over this carnival over the years.
Yeah, definitely. She's second up, which her record second up is quite good. First up, she contested the national sprint at Canberra, and she was off the bridle and struggled a long way out, beaten 9 lengths. So she'll certainly strip fitter from that, but does go up significantly, about 9 kilos in weight.
The 4 is Balder. Now, I know we've had a lot of scratchings here, Caleb, but it was $16 today. It opened at 26, but it's been $8.57, $6. I have it on top of red second in this race last year. Ron Stops Harry Coffey.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to make of him. Last time Sam down the benchmark 74, he was outside the leader, just battled fairly there. He's had a tick over trial since, which I thought was fair. He'd probably need the right run here, and the heavy is a query.
Yeah, we're on that heavy surface now. This horse bailed it. This horse number 4, what we just talked about. It's got the good wet track form, the soft track form. The 5 blow in, its heavy track statistics are quite good for Rob Potter and Lachlan King to ride.
I think that brings this horse right into it. I found a spot for him already, but I think that he's certainly a great chance here with the heavy track now. I like the way he's been attacking the line, all preparation. I think it's suggesting another win is near. He might be forced to go right back here, but I'd be looking for him late.
Sixes, this is the moment for Mitch Beery. Just had a winner with sides up there at Newcastle. And you pointed out, this horse's wet track form's quite good at second up strong, so got to be there.
Yeah, I put him on top. I thought his first up run was good at Kembla. Good enough for this anyway. He was back and battled away okay, beaten 4 lengths to DeBello. Now, DeBello came out and bolted in its next start at Hawkesbury. He's a gelding that always seems to improve second up. He should be closer in the run from a soft draw, and as I said, the heavy track will only help him.
Looks really well at Mitch Beer, who trained here at Aubry. Would love to get a winner back here at the Carnival. The 7 is out. She's a con. We made mention of how well it looks. Heavy track. 5 starts, a win and 3 placings. Paul Pruska's the trainer.
Yeah, she's an interesting runner. She was formerly with Graham Begg. So she's second up, but 7 weeks between runs with the stable change, obviously. I thought her first up run was good enough for a staying type of horse over the 1200. I did think her best is probably over a touch further, but they have put blinkers on her again and a tongue tie, which may just sharpen her up for the mile second up.
Now, the 9 Fox appeals a late scratching. The 10 Villosaurus scratch. Now, it'll either go around tomorrow or Goldman on Sunday at this stage. So we go to the 11 Unique Prince. Big odds. He's a well-performed horse. It's 139,000. Peter Morgan, big cow coming up for Pete. He's got Burradana later.
Yeah, exactly. He's a lovely old gelding to his third up, which usually sees him peaking, and he gets out to a more suitable distance now. I thought his second up effort was okay with not a lot of room. If he had a clear path, probably could have finished a touch closer. Probably at his best on top of the ground, though.
The first of the Craig Widdowson runners is a 12 Dubai spin with Louise Day in the saddle, $9.50.
She's just behind a quick tempo in the Tom Patton Cup last start, and I thought stuck on well despite beaten quite a fair way by the winner in the end. I don't think she's out of this, but another one that her form on top of the ground reads better.
14 is County Kilkenny. He was okay last start. I think he's the value bet in this, but look, a lot of people have caught onto it. He's in the 550 from 850. Tim Donnelly actually won this race last year with Cliff House for Danny Beasley, defeating Barton.
Yeah, and this heavy track is another one that really finds a lot extra when he gets onto a heavy surface. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him shorten up even more. He's third up, out to a mile. I thought his last start effort in the Country Championships qualifier was good. He loomed to look like he was going to run into the minors and then just peaked a bit, but set a mile third up, and on this heavy track particularly, he's a great chance.
Andrew Michael Steiner, the former leading amateur jockey at one stage doing the strapping duties there. And the 15 Steve's Way, we've made mention a few times. This horse is our favourite. It would be nice to see Brendan Wall with another big race winner since relocating back down this way. It's a $4.20 and our favourite in from $5.50 for Craig Widdowson again.
Yeah, she's been honest in her short career. Last start she worked to climb the front and was entitled to tire and was quite game in defeat, beaten only half a length. This is a harder race and the heavies a query, but she's honest.
Ron Stubbs prepares the horse. I like he bailed it. He did scratch Bianco Villano, and weather pending, we'll see what happens about that horse going around tomorrow and the track and all that sort of thing. But Ronnie, pretty close there last year. Be nice to knock this race over.
No, that's right. Yeah, he ran an excellent race last year, and look, we've been very happy with the way he's led into this race. So yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, well, yeah, to play second best to Tim Donnelly last year, and he's got a pretty good contender as well. It could be repeat, but you wouldn't mind.
As long as it's a reverse.
Exactly right. What about this track today, Ron?
Oh, it's a worry, and actually with Bale, and he's never run on the heavy track as such. Got good soft track form, but going into unknown territory, so yeah, we'll just have to see what happens.
More to play out overnight. Bianco Villano takes his place there tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. He'll run regardless. He has run some very good races on wet tracks, and notably a very good run with a big weight in Sydney and a highway there, and so we'll go around and try our luck and see what happens.
Yeah, well, you've got a few good chances tomorrow. Brial Race, probably one of the picks of them.
Yes, definitely, yeah. She has got wet track form and good form at that. So let's hope.
Aubry Cup time. Brings back memories of Wilga Dash.
Yeah, that's right, a long time ago.
Back about 93, Rob was saying. Into 420, she's a con. It's our favourite, Blake McDougall and Paul Pruska. The 14, which is County Kilkenny, into 420 from 850. We'll head up to James for one of our features, the Aubry Mile.
Dubai spin moves forward, 10 going round in the Aubry Mile. Starters on the ladder. Red light comes on. They're about to go. Set. Ready now. About to go, and away they go. It was a good start. County Kilkenny off the inside was away really nicely. Steve's way showing pace, and going up on the pace is due by a spin with Secret Glamour. And this is the moment it's going to settle fifth on the outside of County Kilkenny. 2 lengths further back then to She's and Con, being followed by Bale and Matthew Flinders. There's a fair way back with Blow In, and Secret Glamour last on the inside, about 10 off the lead. And the pace is pretty good. And Unique Prince takes the lead by a length and a half to Steve's Way, and Duke by Spins running third, and 2.5 lengths further back to County Kilkenny. Along the inside of This Is the Moment, Matthew Flinders is out 3 deep on the outside of Bale, and She's and Gone is third to last, followed by Blow In, and Secret Glamour's the last one. Unique Prince is the leader, 800 to go. By a length to Duke by a Spin, and then Steve's Way third from This Is the Moment. Then Matthew Flinders, followed by County Kilkenny. Bale in the centre, a length and a half to the favourite She's a Con, covered up by Blow In, and 2 last of all to Secret Glamour. 600 to go. Unique Prince by a half to Duke by a Spin. Steve's Way third. Then comes This Is the Moment, being followed by Matthew Flinders. Bale and County Kilkenny is travelling okay and going for an inside run from She's a Con, Blow In, and further back the Secret Glamour. 300 to go. Unique Prince in front of Duke by a Spin. County Kilkenny's called upon and is running on okay, followed by This Is the Moment, and Balin's getting home reasonably well. Unique Prince giving a great side from Duke by a Spin. County Kilkenny still coming, followed by Balin. Unique Prince, Duke by a Spin. County Kilkenny charging home, and County Kilkenny won it. From a photo for the liners between Duke by a Spin and Unique Prince. She's a Con got home late, followed by This Is the Moment, Balin. Further back in the race then came Steve's Way, Blow In, being followed by Secret Glamour, and Matthew Flinders the last one home. County Kilkenny.
He looked really well placed today. He was good the other day, and we can go back through that form now out of his last start performance there. Pretty good run in that Wagga qualifier behind Kenny Hill, and Kenny Hill goes around the neck. He's a lovely horse, County Kilkenny, and well ridden there by Matthew Carl. Matt will ride Burrendana in the next race, of course. So 14, 12, 11. Minor runs really good, especially Unique Prince. I thought he was excellent. After leading up, he was really, really good, and Duke by Spin held on well. And She's a Con, our favourite running horse. So 14, 12, 11 and 8. And for County Kilkenny, raced by the Bradley, some of the good people in racing, and Richard Pegan, the Galloways, Paul and Julie, I think it is, and Red and his wife as well, and the Bulls. Well done to them. Come in a fair bit, was able to win by a length. And Tim Donnelly wins this race for the second straight year after he won it last year with Cliff House and Danny Beasley.
Yeah, he's a very astute trainer, Tim Donnelly, and I'll tell you what, I reckon he would have been cheering as the rain was falling throughout the day. This horse has been racing really well. This preparation is 2 runs back, but getting onto a rain-affected track out to a mile third up, it all really just set up for him, didn't it?
Right, this is the 7th one at Newcastle. The odds are 3, 5, 9 and 8. If we look through the rails, we get the first one is 12, then 3, 9, 5. 8 is here. There are no neutrals here today, but that is how it is. Now, the thing is, 3, 9, 5 all are within both the rails. 5 is the linear. 12 is the EW. 3 is the favorite. All right. Now, if we look at the pressure points and what are we talking about? This is a class 5. So a class 5 in a place like Newcastle is the last thing that I want to get into. Is the last thing in the world. I do not want to get into this. That 3 is a 5-year-old gelding. Is it the best BB? No, it is not the best BB. The best BB is 12. That's the EW. It's got huge advantage. The 5 is the linear, which is a 3-year-old gelding. It's a 1400 meters, so we're expecting 2 of the BBs to get in. 2 of the BBs should be there on the top 4. So if that happens, then we've got either, 3 and 9 are correctly there, but 5. Why the 5 is not going to win is what the question is. This horse has got 3 league races, out of which it got 2. This one has 10, out of which it got 6. I don't want to think about it. I'm out. Maybe a 12 EW after I've seen that, but I just don't want to get into it. This is weird. Okay, they haven't given me that the other track, but they've given us Pakenham. If you're playing at Pakenham, that's weird.
Terrific supporters, they
9, Frank, I'll show you 9. So if we're talking about 9, has the best jockey, but it is the larger drift, the larger inner drift. So what that means basically is a larger inner drift is like this, that it has to be, it has the capability of coming, it has to be ridden in a way so that it doesn't get stressed. If it gets stressed, it will not do anything. It is the capacity of coming from the back. It can attack at the last 400 meters. But this is not the top drift. The top drift is this, number 2. Top drift is number 2, which is in a very good hand. That's not the top drift. The top drift is this one. And if you look at the gates, it is with the linear, the 5. All right, that's 9 and 10. That's the top drift. Both of them have the capability of coming from the back. this one and this one, but this is better in numbers. Both of them have good jockeys. This one is slightly handicapped. This one has relaxation. So 9 is a chance. 9 is a chance. So is 2. It's a 1400 meters, so that 6 is there. I mean, that 12 from gate number 6 is in a way there. These two are tailing gates. These two are tailing gates. So if we take possibilities that might happen is the 3 will win. Possibilities that might happen is the 3 will win. Here is the other one, which is 15, which fits between the 3 and 5. It's got the speed, it's got everything. It's nowhere there. They're 50% drifting out, so let's not even talk about them. I mean, what will you do here? Tell me, if you have to look at what's going on. They're like dysfunctional teams. You cannot trust them. You cannot do anything. You cannot trust these people. They are defaulters. 51% on the entire connection with the owners, trainers, stud farm, everything.
She looks an absolute treat. She dropped 5 kilos in the weights here today. She raced very greenly over the final stages of the farm last start, but she had enough in hand to beat Just Glamorous. She draws to get Matt Favour. She's a big player here.
Number 10 is Gold Pattern, second run into the prep. Chad Schofield on board for John Thompson.
She got back first up at Canterbury. I thought she was fair in the run home to be beaten 2 lengths. I think the step up to 1400 metres and onto the big track is certainly a positive. She'll probably have to go back from the gate.
14 is probably in the best hands here. 15 is good, but they're drifting out. They're drifting a 50% loss on the entire projects that they have taken up, Frank.
To be hitting the line late.
50% total loss. They have management issues. Let's take a look at the 14. The 14 is also good. The 14 is in good hands. It's getting tailed. The 2 horses.
She looked very sharp coming from the speed. She broke a maiden at 1400 metres last preparation before getting out.
14 is also good. It's a 4-year-old mare. Maybe 14 will not. I don't know. Is it in a winning position? I don't know. It's getting tailed.
Her connections, she's going to do things right this preparation. She was an absolute headache last campaign. She just walked out in the thing. She copped herself winning.
The next one is good, Frank. The next one is a good one. It's a class one.
She'd be up to this grade if she put her best foot forward, but happy to watch her.
If
He served the last of them for Mark Mittavini and
they play okay, then we might get through with the 8.
She's drawn perfectly again today, so she's probably going to have to do the same, but she's a mighty mare and she'll do her best.
Okay, riders up and they're heading out to the start or around to the start for the feature event on the program with plenty up for grabs here over the 1400 metres. The Matchalate Key Cup favourite at 250. And today being second up on a spill, Ash Morgan rides from the soft gate for Sarah Ryan, who will be up on speed. French ruler in commission and up a lot. They kept fairly safe at $6. There has been specking for a couple at a price, most notably Kind Words, who is $12 into $9.50 on track. One of three runners for Chris Lee's overriding's been kept pretty safe at around $12. And John Sargent with a couple of runners. I mentioned French ruler has also got Harlow Mist in the mix here as they head to the gates. Just, trying to find Chris Lees was going to catch up with him to ask most notably about Kind Words, who they've spent at a decent price. But I'll come to you, Mel, for the late mail as I head to the gate.
3, 5, 9 and 8, sticking with Matchalate. I was with him here first up, and I thought he was brave in defeat to be beaten 0.06 of a length. Narrowly beaten. He fought on bravely. He was first up after 6 months off the scene. I wanted to see him walk into the yard and have taken improvement from the outing, and that he has. He's absolutely gleaming in the coat. He's tightened up all in the right places. He's the best credentialed horse in this race, and he really deserves his spot in Randwick if he can get the job done here today. The 5 French ruler has been doing a good job this preparation. He was the runner-up in the Canberra Guineas last start. I guess the question mark is he looking for a little bit further now, third up into the preparation, but he'll certainly be strong late. The 9 Art Valon, she was very good to win last start at Warwick Farm. She's been so consistent all preparation. She'll certainly appreciate the 5 kilo weight drop here today. And the 8 Harlow Miss just hasn't had the best of luck her last few starts. Thought she was an improver off a 4-week freshen with a little tick over the trail in between. 3, 5, 9 and 8.
Okay, 3, 5, 9 and 8, the numbers here on race number 7 on the program as they get around the start. So Matchalate was first up the other day after being off the scene for a fair while. That was at Newcastle, and it was certainly not disgrace. That was in the Provincial Midway Championship qualifier here. That was behind Welcome to Barbados and Lord of Biscay. It was a blanket finish, and condition just gave out just that last little bit. But Sarah Ryan spoke pretty confidently earlier on that this fellow, with almost 3 weeks between runs, would be bang on. And she said, I think it words to you, just paraphrasing, that he's every bit a Saturday horse, and she expected him to go pretty close. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
9 win. Best of luck, Frank.
But he really had a checkered career with injuries along the way. He was obviously the runner-up in the Ming Dynasty.
All the best.
The Carbine. And of course, we've seen him in the Cameron here 2 runs ago, 2 preparations ago, where he went down narrowly to Here Shock, and we know what he's gone on to do. So I think he parades really nicely. He's taken good natural improvement from the first up run. I expect a bold showing from him here today. Soft gate on, he enhances his chances. He's a bold front running horse. He'll put himself in the first 2.
And indeed he will. Overriding's been kept pretty safe. What do you make of her? And we heard from Nathan Doyle earlier on.
Yeah,
I'll just keep my fingers crossed that he doesn't rave that 9.
She was expected to run well after having no luck in the Hawkesbury heat, but she was on the quick back up, and she has paraded much better in the yard today. Her coat is much better. She was much more relaxed, and I do expect off that parade we can see an improved performance. I mean, she wasn't actually beaten all that far in that race with Matchalate, so if she could just improve off that, you would expect she should be in the finish. She was taking 2 lengths. She had to go back and circle a little wide. She did look to have a chance, but off that parade she can improve.
Okay, into 240, nothing really outside of that has even been expected a price.
So a number of these runners have had a try in these qualifiers. As you know, you can have as many goes as you like to try and get in, and a couple of these horses have run really well, like Matchalate. Overriding had no luck 2 runs ago in the Hawkesbury heat. Harlow Miss has had a go, and also Art Vermont. Kind Words is first up.
Okay, so there is Ruby Serve about to go up. His tackles her stiffest test to date, but she's not the Lone Ranger. A few of them are in the same boat here. So 2 more spots up the grabs in the big final on day 2 of the championships as Bestower. Wonder how Bestower has come back this preparation after being a bit of a heartbreak kid last
I
time.
hope they had a good talk to her.
Any number of times that was the case. But here is the qualifier here at Newcastle as we go to Luke.
Provincial Midway qualifier. Favourites got barrier 1. Racing. Machelate jumped well, he's mustering speed. Morgan drives him to the front from Flying Argyle, going up there second. Nice and handy was Artful London. Kind Words is pretty close. She's 4th on settling down, being followed by French Ruler looking for a spot, overriding Steve, then Bellamy. Bestower was next, being closely followed by Harlow Mist, Northern Eyes, getting well back, and when they hit the ground was Pleasure Artist, Ruby Serve and Gold Pattern can see them all, favourite in control. 850 metres to go, that's Machelate. He's a half length in front of Flying Argyle. Right behind them was Art Ballot, then overriding, having no luck. 3 wide around Kind Words, then Bellamy railing. Now being followed by French Ruler, Bestower. Well back Harlow Mist, Northern Eyes, followed by Pleasure Artist. Ruby Serve, and the last one was Gold Pattern. Rounding the home turn, Machelate held together. 1 in front of Flying Argyle, overriding. Art Ballot behind the leader. Kind Words pulled to the outside with French Ruler early in the straight. Machelate fighting. He's 1 in front of overriding, who's brave. Art Ballot looking for a split between them, but Machelate still going well. Art Ballot runs to second. 100 metres to go. Machelate a length in front of Art Ballot. Machelate's holding her. He's off to the final. Machelate beats home Art Ballot, and he's back in the winner's circle after a long, long time. Great training effort. Back in 3rd was Kind Words. She ran a race. Then Bestower, overriding Brave, just a wide run told at the 75. Then French Ruler, followed by Pleasure Artist, Northern Eyes, Bellamy. Then Flying Argyle, Harlow Miss, Ruby Serve and Gold Pat.
Well, he's got class and he's got a bit of it, this fellow. Machelate, second up from a break. And he was always in control out in front. Marash Morgan, who rated him beautifully there, out in the lead. And he was always going to be strong late, and that he was. Almost 3 weeks between runs has brought him right on. And he will now go to Randwick. As to Art Ballon, who had a dream run in behind the speed and got out, was given every possible chance by Zach Lloyd for Richard and Will Friedman. So those two go off to Sydney, and Kind Words, the one they spec, they weren't too far off, will wind up in 3rd spot. Chris Lees and Timmy Clark. So the numbers confirmed 3, 9, 12 and 2. The numbers, and Sarah Ryan about to catch up with Mel.
All right, Sarah, it's been a bit of a wait.
3, 9, 12 and 2.
Yeah, he certainly did. I've always loved the horse, and that's why I spent 15 months rehabbing him back in. But no, it's glad that he's finally got the chocolates.
He's such a bold front-running horse, and gee, give a good kick late today.
So 12 got through with the 12 was the EW. 3, 9, 12 was the EW, and the 2 also got in because of the drift. See, this is something that I understand. This is something that I understand. It played exactly how it should have played. It played. The thing is, where things could have gone wrong, if I was out, I did not want to put in money, but nonsense, man. You know what happens, Frank, is if you're not at the right place, they will break your confidence. They will break your confidence into pieces. I don't have confidence to play at this track. This is not something that I want to get into. The reason why Randwick and Flemington are so big is because, it's not that they're angels, but they're not devils as well. It's not that they don't do hanky-panky. They do it, but these people, they kind of will break your confidence into pieces. I mean, at times when I race at a track like this and I lose and I see what's happening, then the only thing that comes into my mind is, it's all a waste. I am wasting my time on this. This is not right. I am wrong. And everything is in place. I get very, very upset. I get very, very hopeless. I had sleepless nights. You will not believe, to get things straight. I mean, for the last maybe about a year or so, when I was racing, I raced almost all the tracks during the streams to get the right numbers. And then finally it's Randwick, Flemington, Doombend, Rose Hill. These are the tracks that I like to stick to. Rest everywhere, when you will race, they will break your confidence into pieces that you don't know shit. You don't know shit. You have no clue. And they are they are like the angels with white wings on them. I promise you, if we grow beyond, a certain numbers with subscribers, I am going to pull their masks out like nobody's business. I'm going to make sure that they pay for every freaking cheat that they do. If I grow to that number, I don't have numbers right now. I am too insignificant. I am very insignificant for anything. But if I grow, I will make sure they get nailed every time. These idiots. They're not idiots. They're like blood-sucking vampires, man. These people are like blood-sucking vampires. That's all that they are. I mean, tell me the difference, okay? Tell me the difference here. You see this one? The 6, all right? The 6, no. The 5, the one that I lost, okay? So we've had a BB with pressure point, and we went with that handicapping with straight linear. That did not work there. Here, that same thing worked, and that neutral did not get anywhere. Not even at the 4th place. This neutral did not get a 4th place. But here the neutral won. Why? How? Are they trying to, I mean, I am sorry, I am beyond that age where, I will take lectures on science. I've spent freaking 25 years on science. Bloody monkeys, these people are. Right, this is the eighth one, the last. This is the last race here at Newcastle. If we look at the odds, that's 10, 8, 14, and 2. If we look through the rails, the 8 is there, 2 is there, 10, 14. The 8 is on the top, right? Now, here's the thing. I mean, if we look through the handicapping, there are 3 horses that are neutral here, 3, 6, 7, which are not even there in the odds. And 12 is a drift. So 12 is a check. Now, if we look at this, all right, and we see what's going on. So 10 and 14 has just one race, and look at the kind of pressure which has been put on this. If we try and take a look at the first race, I think this one, they called it a maiden. There was just one race on this. If we look at the result, 1, 5, 3, 4. Okay, so they did not come on the top. The one actually went through with the jockey. The one went through with the jockey. This is the pressure. 52 and 62. We come here and we see these two are in the same situation. They have won races. They both have just one race, and they're at a 70%. What are you expecting out of these two? It's a class 1. Now about the 8. The 8 has been allotted. The 8 is the highest handicapped. It is the linear. Is the first one through the rails. That's the 8. Okay. That's the 8. It's got 6 races. This is adequate. this is adequate. In fact, it is probably neutral. So they put these two maiden horses. I mean, if they are not maiden, then what? Then why this is maiden? If that is maiden, then how come this is class 1? You will call anything, and you will call a class 1 a class 1, and we got to believe that a class 1. Fair enough, we take that as a class 1, 10-14. They've got 1-1 races. The score is good, but the pressure is 70% on them. I'll be out. The 8 I like, but I'm not going to put in money.
The owners want to see her get out over a mile this time around, which I think would be interesting to see if she does run that out. But as I said, you can't knock her heart. I think Dougie will be thrilled with that.
Well, this is a little bit different to last year. Last year you were saying you ran third, what you do wrong. Now you can tell Kayla what you did right.
Yeah, exactly.
Change. No. 10 minutes before the race, I still wanted to go and get a whites on, but she wouldn't do it. I must pay too well. Thrill, like the country champs is great thrill, but well done, Kiss, good man. Any race is a thrill, and City Handicap, I've been coming here for 30 years. I've always wanted to win one of these, so we've got one.
And I was saying to Anel prior to the race, obviously Anel who's strapping, and he's a massive part of this horse's story. She's a track work rider and does a great job with her. We know she's quirky. But I thought her trial this time around looked like she was back a bit sharper. Did she give you that feel at home?
Yeah, and I thought we were actually going to blouse in there when she hit the lead. And just off that speed, she has been showing a bit more toe. But and that's the both of them have been doing a lot of work, both Anel and Johnny, because Anel had to go to New Zealand for holidays for 2 weeks, very rude. But Johnny's done a lot of work with her as well. But it's a credit to both those riders. She's quirky, she's mad as cut snake. But
and just quickly, where do you go with her from here?
Not sure. We'll regroup.
Yeah, but I'm out, Frank. They're capable of doing everything. They might just bring in that
Probably got a little bit of mixed
mule.
12-month anniversary coming up. But we'll talk to the new rider, Johnny Kissick. First time in the saddle, you did well. She was travelling. Still going to get through.
They might just bring in that.
Class. Yeah, she's a class horse in the race. Obviously, like I said, start.
Yeah, you're pretty excited about it. And she's got a lot of quality because they had a few options. We were down with Doug the other day and he said, we could go to Sydney, go to Melbourne, but they wanted to stick here and just sort of take the races as they come along.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Good bit of work for Doug.
Quite emotional about it. You've done a bit with her, but you're on a hiding to nothing, weren't you, today, really?
Yeah, pressure. Pressure's good and we can get the win. Yeah.
Very happy for you, John. Well done.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's terrific, isn't it, Kayla?
No, that is excellent. And as I just mentioned, and Doug and I speaking about, she's a very quirky mare, and Nell does a great job with her, a track work rider, and Johnny's had a lot to do with her, as I said, this preparation. So I'd say he would have earned his ride on her with how difficult she can be at home, and he executed it well there.
Well, 110.13, 3/4 by 2 lengths. I'll tell you what, the second horse, wasn't he good? Kenny Hell. That augurs well for him going forward to the country championship. We saw the winner run third in this race last year, go on to win the country championships. Your horse run a really good race there, Kim.
Yeah, what I wanted today was to be very competitive with Ascot. So what were we? Long neck, 3/4 length in the end.
So yesterday we were talking, she beat you home by a few lengths last year, and you said you can get close.
It was about 3 lengths last year. He's just a little bit more mature. On the coming to the 500, he was going backwards. He wasn't handling the track. I thought, gee, we're going ordinary here, but he balanced up and hit the line well. And for us, I suppose, running the second, it saves us a 1.5 kilo penalty. And as I said, Ascot with the favourite from out the west.
Yep, Gallant Star.
Gallant Star, she's beaten both times they met last year, so that puts us right up there with him, I think.
It certainly does. We'll catch up with you tonight, Kim. Well done.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, terrific performance, Kayla. And, look, You probably got a little bit of mixed emotions, but yeah, it's just great. They're great people, aren't they? Lance Gilbert, Kringlestad, and all the other owners, and she's really good, you know. City Handicap and the country championships, and she charged through the conditions. What a win.
She did, and still lightly raced now. I'm really looking forward to seeing what she can do this preparation. Obviously, she won first up last time around, and then was maybe a little bit disappointing a few times afterwards, but I think she certainly returned really well, and we saw that then. I hope to have more success with her, although I'm going to cut.
Johnny Kissing quite emotional there too. Great emotion from John.
That's exactly right. We've spoken a lot about Johnny since his return.
You know, if you have a little time, Frank, just go back to the first race and see what they had to say about those two horses and what they say about these two horses here, the 10 and 14. And see what the difference is.
Back to you, Sean and Kirsten, but we're going to look at the Aubry Cup preview in about 15 minutes' time.
Thank you very much, Graham and Kayla. What a fantastic day, and what a way to end that 7-race card. I had goosebumps listening to John Kissick post-win off Ascot there in Hutchinson City Civil Handicap. Oh, it was just amazing. It meant so much to him. It meant so much to Connections, and I'm just over the moon for everyone involved. $3.40, $1.60. Held off Canny Hell, $1.70. Flying Sultan, $5.40. Acapella Sun in the 4th spot. 4 beats 9, 6 and 12. In a very happy and emotional way to wrap up that Aubry. We'll take a break. Lucky Last at Newcastle is upon us. It's a Class 1 assignment over the 1,400 metres, and we're here to wrap up the quaddie legs. America is the $3.90 favourite. Has been absolutely smashed in the market from $16. If you managed to back this runner when markets first ever opened, then you are absolutely laughing here. Threatening is popular. Draws the rouse for Josh Parr and Joe Pride. Parr came second in the 5th, so I know he'll be very hungry for a win here. $6.50 to $4. Benito's $4.60 to $4. Fast Track $4.60 out to $5.50. Our Jockey Challenge winner so far over the top.
The clear encore, number 3, you see the Chris Lees and Chad Schofield.
She's first up off one trial at Scone, where she was beaten 6 lengths. She's out of midfield. She's just allowed to find the line under her own steam. She was actually unlucky not to win a race last preparation, and then she ran well in Group 3 company in the stakes race here, where she was beaten a length and a half. Happy to see what she does here today, but I definitely think she's a quality filly, and she should be in a good for good preparation the way she parades.
On to Euromaster, here's number 4, Ronnie Lehman and Andrew Calder.
He had his chance first up at Wyong. I expect him to push forward from the barrier. This race looks much stronger than what he contested first up. Blinkers come off. He's tightened up since I saw him first up. I just prefer him on the shorter tracks around Wyong and relax.
5 out on the 6-rated Gillett, but Chris Waller and Tim Clark.
It's a complete forgive first up at Canterbury. He was slow away. He was beaten around 3.5 lengths. It was dominated by the winner, Battle King, who set it up on top of the speed. Don't know where it gets to from the barrier. I do think he's going to be a better horse when he gets out over the further, but certainly step up to the 1,400 on the big track is a bonus.
On to the 7 lace about for Wayne Wilkes and Andrew Gibbons.
He's had 2 solid runs back. He was huge first up from back in the field at Port Macquarie. Contested the country championship qualifier there last start, where he was beaten 4.5 lengths. He sets up in grade again here today. today. I just don't know where he settles. He's a horse that showed very good tactical speed early on in his career. He hasn't shown that this preparation. Happy just to see what he does, but he does present fit and forward in the yard.
Number 8 is Benito, the only runner for the day for James Cummings, riding here Ash Morgan.
She's a consistent filly. She got back in an on-speed dominated race at Canterbury last start to be beaten 2 lengths. The step up to 14 is perfect. She broke a maiden at 1,400 metres at the end of last preparation. She's a beautiful, strong filly, nice, relaxed customer in the yard, and I thought she was the horse to beat.
Amrikia, onto the favourite we go. Here's the 10 for Peter Snowden and Karen McElveen.
Broke a maiden in good fashion on debut at Kembla. Also, she got the right running transit, settling midfield, one off the fence. She was exposed at the top of the straight. She's a nice, strong filly. She's got a real sensible parade here. Price favourite. She had a beautiful running transit. She just took every inch of the 1,200 metres to defeat Twinkling Star. The step up in trip suits. Pedigree suggests that the further she goes, the better she'll be suited, and she gets the informed Tommy Berry on board.
Just over 5 minutes out from the final event on the program, so Enriquea is the favourite here. Karen McAvoy, Peter Snowden having start 2, others in the mix. Benito also threatening. There's been money for a clear encore and fast track the other one, and further out Rhoda Giller becomes here second run into the prep. There's threatening. Who's one of the few very well supported runners, being very playful in the yard as backpedal towards those hedges, but Josh Barr was always in control. Finito is beautifully and relaxed over there behind the gates, as I said. Only runner for the day for James Cummings is fillied by Trapeze Artist, who ran third at Canterbury first up from a break. And she has yet to run 4 race in 6 starts today with a win of 5 at mile placing. So 360 here threatening, just shading the other one, and that is Enriquea. And then out to 440 Benito, up there in single figures, a fast track. And also a clear encore who has tripped up from a double figure price into about $8. Darren Beekman on his way over to catch up with Mel. Speaking about the filly Benito, as they head off Mel to the start for the last.
Yeah, we've got Darren alongside me. Darren, this filly, she was good first up around Canterbury over the 1,200 metres.
She certainly was first up. She had the 2 nice trials leading into it. They were just a little bit nippy for her around Canterbury, but the big track here will suit her today. I still think there's just a smidge of improvement in her to come. He won on Ash won on Incantation at Golden last week, and I said just copy paste that, and we might get the job done.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen her in the flesh, but she looks like a filly that holds good condition.
She does, and as I said, there's a little bit of improvement there for her. She's a little bit spicy, and I wouldn't want to be coming home late to her.
Where does she settle in the run then today?
Oh, about midfield, I think.
And the big track should suit her, where she's just got plenty of time to balance up.
Yeah, it's just go through her gears, and hopefully she's strong late.
Good luck.
Cheers.
What a beautiful summation. He would want to come home late to her. What do you call her? Spicy. That's her to a T.
Nothing wrong with spice.
Indeed. 340 threatening favourite here over Enriquea, and both have been the subject of very good support here, Mel, in the last.
I'm 8 to 10 and 6, and with Benito, haven't seen her in the flesh before, but beautiful filly. She presented fit and forward in the yard. I can see what Darren is saying with just that little bit more improvement to come. I think she's just a filly that holds good natural condition. She's obviously a horse I'm not familiar with, but she had a beautiful, healthy coat. And I think stepping out in trip on the big track will certainly be a big advantage here. Threatening, he presented fit and forward in the yard. He's at the peak of his condition now, third up. He's doing a good job without winning this preparation, and he draws to get Matt Favours here today. And Rikia, respect the market support for this filly. Good to win on debut at Kembla. We've had a couple of winners come out of the race. She gets a senior rider on today, so with that she does jump up a Kimpton track, and he's just progressed through the race beautifully. I've seen him in the flesh in the yard. He's an outstanding colt to look at, and he's been performing so well on the track. And I heard Chris on radio this morning, and he's usually pretty frank with the way he thinks his horses are going to run, and he's pretty bullish that this fellow can measure up on Saturday.
And Huey Bowman, his great mate, who of course won an All-Star Mile for him with Mugget 2 back from Hong Kong, the Right Ribbon Yellow and the Shrewsbury colours on Saturday. So all of that to look forward to. Prior to all of that, of course, the big wild card at Scone tomorrow. You'll be up there with Greg and Mick Wallace.
Yeah, looking forward to Scone tomorrow. Beautiful big track. We've got strong fields, like I said, and plenty of travelling horses. The Scone area is getting stronger and stronger with our metropolitan trainers happy to travel there.
Threatening goes back to really in the last into 320. So the late money coming for Threatening. Of course, Joe Pride won the last race yesterday at Wyong with what was a vintage National Ride.
And I thought it was the Omen bet with Weeping Woman and Mick Wallace.
Yeah, Mick Wallace is very sensitive, Mick. Don't tease him. He takes it to heart. Good luck here. You've got the late mail numbers in the 5 event. This to wrap up an 8-race program. 320 Threatening favourite over Amrikia, and further out to the Spicy Panito as we head upstairs. Here's Luke.
$3.60 just starting to soften up a little now. Panito, the one-time favourite, right out to $5.50. It's all going to be about the settle position for this favourite Threatening. How close can he be from barrier 1? Can he use the draw? Josh Parr will try to a degree, I reckon. Amelia Jane lays about to come forward. He was in a poor Macquarie last week. That meeting got abandoned after a couple of races, so he's had to find another race for him here. Iron Wilkes. Now, I think we're just about set for the last. Been a good day of racing here at Newcastle. Machelate winning the qualifier a race ago.
Good day.
This game's bouncing around a bit over there. Looks like they're set now.
Monkey.
Ready and racing. Threatening barrier 1 was the first out. Enrique is showing speed. Looks for the front. Fast Track's moving over and nice and handy a clear encore. Behind those, Rodagilla Panito lays about wide on the outside, followed by Euromaster. And Amelia Jane can see them all, so Enrique runs to the front, leads by half a length on Fast Track as they drive to the 1,000 metres. Andy was a clear encore, nicely poised in third, and then the favourite Threatening. He's getting a good run. He's fourth on the inside, railing through. Followed by Rodagilla, Panito lays about. Euromaster and Amelia Jane is the last one. To the side they go. Enrique in front. 650 metres to go. 3/4 on Fast Track. A clear encore. Threatening continues to rail up in behind them. He's 2 or 3 lengths off the lead. Behind those, Rodagilla Panito. They're spinning the bend. Enrique at the 425. Leads by 3/4 Fast Track. A clear encore. Threatening continues to punch the rail. Then Rodagilla Panito to the outside in the straight. Fast Track looming up to Enrique. A clear encore. Rodagilla's chiming in. Threatening's 1 pace behind. It's still Enrique. 200 metres to go. A clear encore chipping away. Panito late on the scene. 100 metres to go. It's Enrique. Panito's coming. Enrique just in front. Panito's going to get close. Enrique fell in. Just beat Panito.
The bloody monkey is. The jockey is a monkey of the highest order.
Then came behind them, lays about. Gee, Threatening was disappointing. He's done absolutely nothing. Then Fast Track, and last in was Amelia Jane.
At a second start, the filly remains unbeaten, and she was made earn it. They were coming at it thick and fast, but she staved them off. There was a positive ride out of the gates. Karen McAvoy stamped the filly urgent, and he wanted her to lead, and she was a sitting shot. But she's got a bit of talent, this girl, and she stays off the fast finishing Panito, who jumped up out of the ground.
He was sleeping the entire time. That monkey was sleeping the entire time.
Fourth was Rodagilla. The favourite was in strife a fair way out, but the filly Enrique will cling on.
Yeah, she was brilliant, wasn't she? Win number 2 at start number 2. Never easy to do. Up in grade, up in weight, but nice positive ride from Karen. She went straight to the front. She was able to get a few nice sectionals in the middle stages, and she was in for the fight late. She's a filly with a bright future going forward. I thought Panito was brilliant into second position. Darren might have been right. She might have just got the pinch the last little bit. Ash nursed her as long as he could. She's better on
sleeping that monkey.
Claire Encore has returned in very good order, and Rodagilla appreciate the step up in trip.
What was he doing on a horse like that?
10-8
If that horse can do that thing at the last moment, what was he doing on that horse for the entire 1400 meter?
1.5 lengths between second and third. So ahead by
What was he doing?
403 and 33.94.
If that horse is capable of putting everybody to shame at the last 100 meters, what was that monkey doing for the last, the entire 1400 meter? And I'll tell you why 10 actually got through. Because 10 is in the best hands. This is a sponsored race. This one is a sponsored race. If 8 can do what it did at the last moment, what was it doing the entire 1400 meter? Forget about the 1400 meter. What was it doing in the last 400 meters? Sleeping? Anyways, I get very angry and upset with all this. This is not this is not good racing. This is not the right experience. This is not it. We need to start avoiding the tracks that are dicey. We need to do that. We need to start doing that. We unnecessarily, go to tracks that are like this, and then it's a bad experience at the end of the day. It's a bad taste in the mouth, and it just doesn't make sense from any angle. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Newcastle. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again. Saturday is a big day. Tomorrow I'm going to be racing in one of the tracks. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there. Frank, bro, thank you so much for being there. What happened is what happened, but that's what we're dealing with. Thank you so much for being there, my friend Frank. Sul, bro, I know it's a weird time in Spain, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Aroman, thank you so much for being there. Azhar, thank you so much.